So, Mr. Chris, take us away.
Thank you. Chris Youngblood, I'm the MIS Director. This is my budget presentation for 2018. First of all, I'll start out with our mission statement. This is fairly new, so we're tweaking a little bit, but what I came up with, I think, fits what we try to provide here at the city. It's to provide the highest quality IT services while advancing the use of technology to improve excellence in efficiencies and employee productivity through innovative solutions. It's a little wordy, but I think it kind of captures what we're trying to do here. The MIS department is staffed with myself and one other individual who's a programmer analyst and also does a lot of our networking and PC maintenance, those type of things. And this, just recently, I also obtained the Access Television department that has 2 individuals in it as well, the cable TV production coordinator and the production assistant. We're still working to learn everything that they do, and hopefully maybe they can provide some assistance to our department, how we can share some of that workload. Management information systems, who are our customers? Our customers are employees generally. Over 500 full-time employees, all are part of around 30 departments, and approximately 27 buildings throughout the city that we have some type of network or computer, something that we have to go out to occasionally to take a look at and work on. So there's quite a bit of stuff there. I won't go through all of these, but the following services we provide is rather lengthy. When I started jotting these down, I kept coming up with more and more things. So very wide range of services that we provide. A little bit on the past year in review. Server virtualization is always kind of a big project. We try to take as many of the physical boxes as we can, convert them into a virtual server. Why do we do that? It saves on space, saves on electricity, saves on our cooling needs, and also there's less hardware maintenance that we have to deal with. Wireless upgrades, we're kind of continually expanding wireless as it becomes more and more needed throughout the city. One of the big projects that we did was install new wireless at the convention center this past year. We were able to, before we could only provide wireless capabilities for a couple of hundred people. Now we're able to provide wireless capabilities for over 1,000. So it makes a big difference when they have those big conferences, the teachers conference. Last week they had a dart tournament, those type of things. We also expanded some network capabilities at the ice arena. During the winter time, they have a lot of not only the hockey going on, but they have wrestling tournaments, and they always have a lot of need for network there. They're able to stream those live, and that's working much better now that we've expanded those capabilities at the ice arena. One of the recent projects was disk-based backup and replication. Something that we just put in over the last couple of months. We've migrated mostly from tape backup to disk-based backup. We're also replicating those backups off-site, which is not only reducing the time that it takes for us to do a backup, but it gives us makes things a lot safer, if there was to be some catastrophic event here at City Hall, we have all of our information now stored off-site. We could fairly quickly get back up and running, at least with the most basic of city services off-site. So that's been really, really good. We've used the restore capabilities of that. People may lose a file here or there, or something becomes corrupt. Maybe some emails get lost. The time it takes to restore that is drastically. We're able to do that in minutes as opposed to hours. A few other things. We did form a technology committee this past year that gives us the ability to, we've got about 20 or so individuals in that, just to bounce off ideas, see what everybody's looking for, see what the different department needs are. So we're able to kind of bounce ideas off that group and get a little bit of direction as to what everybody's looking for.
Hey, Chris, I spoke about that this past Saturday and gave the example of the way GIS has kind of come together, you know, various departments doing different things, and then now with the committee kind of taking a entire city look into the aspects of what we need and kind of pulling that stuff together.
Yeah, it's worked out really well. We actually formed a kind of a subcommittee from the technology committee to focus more on GIS, just because it's a little bit more of a finer type of technology that we're looking for. But out of the technology committee did come the GIS committee as well. Expansion of document management, our Laserfish capabilities. I wrote down a few numbers regards to Laserfish. Currently in our document management system, we have over 410,000 pages worth of documents that we scanned. So it's 410,000 pages. That encompasses about 62,000 documents. So a document may be 4, 5, 6 pages, but over 410,000 pages. And I would say the majority of those has come in this past year. So it's we're not completely where we want to be yet, but we've come a long ways in the past year. New World updates. We've rolled out 2 major New World updates. That's our Logos system, and then many smaller programming updates. Different departments use different types of access databases, and there's been quite a list of smaller improvements, some a little bit bigger. We're able to notify people as far as password expiration, and also doing some things for pet licensing with automatic emails. A few of the upcoming things, we're getting very close on our new website. We hope to roll that out in March, so we'll be getting that out very soon. We've got some training coming up that we have to get scheduled, so that each of the departments hopefully will have their own contact person or kind of point person that can go in and do their updates for the website. I've also been involved with traffic and their signaling camera expansion. There's going to be a lot of fiber optic expansion that we're looking for, so I've been involved pretty heavily in that over the last several months. And then as the mayor spoke, we are looking at an expansion of our GIS systems. Right now we're a bit fragmented in the city. There's several departments that use some capabilities within GIS, and we're looking to go to more of an enterprise system which will allow more sharing. And one of the things that we will be doing for you as a council and mayor will be doing a work session. We had Pro West GIS out of Minnesota come in and do a week-long, very extensive study on what we're currently doing. So they'll be coming in to report their findings in a work session, hopefully in about a month. Some other infrastructure updates. We're continually kind of updating some of the wiring and cabling that's in the different buildings throughout the city. That's an ongoing project that's going to take a lot of time. We don't get to set aside a lot of time just to go in and work on that. So we're continually working towards those updates. Our core network switch in our kind of our main data center is in need of an update, so that'll be one of the things we'll be looking to do in this upcoming year as well as fiber optic, partnering with traffic to hopefully expand some of our fiber optic capabilities. We don't have fiber optic capability to all of the departments within the city or all the buildings within the city. So what we're doing is identifying those where we don't, to hopefully be able to get access via fiber to as many of those buildings as we can. Not only will it benefit those people that work in those buildings for things such as email and internet, and just general network capabilities, but it'll also help us as a department so we don't have to get in the car and drive over to those buildings when they have an issue. And we continually look at our servers and our operating systems and the software that we're running on workstations, just to make sure that we try to maintain as current an infrastructure software-wise as we can. And that's kind of a general overview of our department, what we've done, where we're heading, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, Chris, Sandy said to ask you, we were talking about the public safety camera, traffic camera, and surveillance camera system. And we had the question, this fiber that's around town, some of it's ours, some of it's somebody else's.
Right, we
Do
utilize
we
media
rent
conferencing.
other places? Can businesses get into that fiber? That was, Mr. Jacobs had an idea that can we let VGM get into our fiber to use? Can we rent space?
That's a possibility. What we're looking at is when we standardize on the amount of fibers that we put in the ground, so that we will carve out, okay, we need 10% of these fibers in order to do what we need to do, both from a traffic standpoint as well as from a city network standpoint. We're also talking to the schools, we're talking to the hospitals, anybody that we think from a public safety standpoint might be able to utilize some of that, also to help offset some of the costs. Kind of once we've determined that, then we will see what's remaining, and then the possibility of leasing some of that may be there.
So would that be where it could be a revenue stream for the city in terms of connection fees?
Possibly. I mean, we're a ways away from, I think, that identifying that for sure, but I don't see us using all of that. And if there's the opportunity to lease some of that fiber, that could possibly be a revenue stream.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any changes? You added, and as you all may remember, the cable access channel used to report to the city clerk, but we thought that there would be a better combination if it reported to IT, because our cable guys were also helping out with the internet, uploading stuff, communications to the public as well. So we thought it would be a better fit with Chris, because they also may be able to share some of the things that he's doing within his department as well. So that's one change on your budget. Are there any other massive changes or anything in there, Michelle, that we need to be aware of? Is it pretty much the same thing?
I don't think there are any increases in total other than personnel. He's requesting to keep the same amount in other line items
Okay.
as last year.
So just with regards to salary increases, pretty much the same thing. I would probably say his department does the most with the least. I mean, you think about how big the city is, the different places. I almost thinks he's in more than one place at one time. But I think the coordination of the technology team has kind of even helped work smarter in a bunch of situations. So we're hoping for good things with that in the website launch here, hopefully within the next month or two. But any questions? No?
One other quick question. It says department mayor. I thought you had your own department. Is that just, why does it show up as the mayor's department?
It was set up that way right 20 years ago, that
Okay.
it's always been under Department 01. So,
Oh, but he's really a standalone department.
yes.
Yeah, okay. When we keep extending the contract with the schools, when that ends, when they help us catch up, whatever, will that mean we need another position, do you think, to?
We still do have that continuing contract with the school to help. They can assist us when we get just buried and we're swamped and we need that assistance. We found that we haven't used that a whole bunch, but it's been really nice to have them when we've gotten busy. Once we get through this GIS assessment, getting that finished, I think what we'll be able to do then is look a little bit more long-term as to exactly what our needs are going to be. We may find that as we expand our GIS capabilities, we maybe need either a full-time GIS person or maybe a part-time GIS, part-time network analyst. But I'm kind of waiting I want to hold off and see how that assessment comes in before making any, staffing recommendations kind of long-term.
And maybe you could share that position with the Waterworks, because I know they're really starting to get into the GIS
Yeah,
technology.
and we made sure to include the Waterworks in our assessment because we want to, although they're, somewhat separate, we want to make sure as a city we're able to share capabilities where it makes sense.
Thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions. With the Civic Center, and you just hooked up wireless, is that like a guest log where they log in like as a guest? Or is there opportunities there, like a lot of hotels that have conventions, get free hotel Wi-Fi, but you gotta pay to be in the conference rooms? Additional, so is there that ability for a revenue stream or not? Maybe we're too small.
I guess I'd have to look into that. I guess the way in the past way it's been, those conferences have required the guest access for internet, and that's just becoming bigger and bigger. So, kind of have always provided that guest access.
Okay. And then a couple of things that a few discussions on the website development. Including a space there for like some of our bigger CEOs or people that are running businesses around town, if they want to have a corner, CEO corner, for just an example, where they could print on there why they have their business in Waterloo and the benefits of starting a business being in Waterloo. I think it's going to help as development continues, that people that look at our website can also read why their CEOs why are they putting their businesses here. I think that's a great conversation, that if it's available on the site, to do that. The other thing would be somehow connecting Hawkeye, Waterloo Schools, UNI, and possibly Wartburg within our website, so that as executives fly in here, I'm hearing from realtors that wives are always looking at the school site. So if the guys, I'm just using that as examples, if the guys are looking at Waterloo to start their business or build a business or come here to be employed, and their wives are looking at the school sites, there seems to be a bit of a conflict within the family on where they want to live. So I want to make sure that we are promoting Waterloo the best we can in all facets, and I think the website is a place to start. So if that's a possibility. And then the other one would be, and I don't know if it's legal with the city to do that or if it's even appropriate, but is it possible to have sites or ad space for like a realtor, the hospital, some of our companies, some of our business models that are within Waterloo, can they have a site on that as an ad space?
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at. The one, to answer about 3 of those questions, we're currently working with a company by the name of CG, the videos. CGI. And CGI did a video project to highlight the schools at Waterloo, from business to recreational to cultural amenities. There's probably about 8 to 10 videos that will be, they're on this website, but they will actually, it will look totally different on our new website, and they are on there and they highlight the best of what we have to offer within the community. We'll have to take a look at some other cities though to see if businesses are advertising right on that website, because it's a public website. Yep. And we just want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're promoting that every business has a fair shot and a fair opportunity. Right. Some may be smaller, some larger, but we can definitely take a look at it. But there are currently on this website, just don't do it by your phone, but videos already up that you're talking about.
Thanks. I just wanted to throw those out as possible revenue ideas.
Absolutely. All right, thank you, Chris.
Yep, thank you.
Next we have, who do we have? Housing. So Julie is in the building, so Julie's in the house. Did you have it? Did you? And the last couple years, we really haven't done budgets that aren't part of our general fund per se. So I don't think housing and community development did theirs last year, but we thought it would be a good idea for them at least to give you a high-level overview, although it's federal funds, and that allocation is pretty straightforward because they do their planning a year in advance or a half year in advance, but we thought we'd have a short overview from those departments as well. So your turn, Julie.
Okay. I'm Julie Dawson. I'm the director of the Housing Authority here in Waterloo. And the mission of the Housing Authority, we provide quality, safe, and affordable housing to eligible families in the city of Waterloo in the most efficient, ethical, non-discriminatory, and professional manner possible. We offer 3 main programs: the Section 8 program, which is the lion's share of our budget. That's the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Ridgeway Towers, which is a 50-unit subsidized apartment building for the elderly. And we also do have a down payment program for first-time home buyers. Our staff consists of 8 full-time employees, myself, 4 housing coordinators, each with a caseload of approximately 250 clients, a full-time housing inspector, full-time Ridgeway Towers maintenance person, and full-time administrative assistant. We also have 1 part-time staff who shares his time between inspections and Ridgeway Towers maintenance. All of our programs, as the mayor said, are funded entirely by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We have 5 main activities. I already mentioned we have Ridgeway Towers, and along with that is the Capital Fund program to make capital improvements to that. The Section 8 program, which has as a component of it the Family Self-Sufficiency program, and then the down payment program. Of our total budget, you can see like 83% of our budget of $5.5 million goes to the Section 8 program. Most of that is the housing assistance payments, which are approximately $4.5 million of that. And then we have administrative fees that we earn from HUD, which are also included in that, of about another $600,000 each year. Then 1% of our program budget's for the down payment, and about 5% goes to Ridgeway Towers. Ridgeway Towers' budget is $235,200. That's a slight increase from last year, based on the way it is funded, and our operating subsidies have increased slightly in the past couple of years. We also get tenant rents, which is the majority of the funding for this program. Just recently, we have started receiving cable and Wi-Fi fees of approximately $12,000 a year, and then we also receive laundry income from the use of the laundry facilities there. One of the big things that we're proud of with Ridgeway Towers is this past year we became the first subsidized apartment complex in the Cedar Valley to offer the cable television and Wi-Fi to its residents. And we only charge them $25 a month and are able to subsidize the rest of that cost. So it's a good thing. The capital funds, we get about, give or take, $50,000 each year to make capital improvements to Ridgeway Towers. About 20% of that we are allowed to dedicate to operations. Some of the recent improvements, we did purchase all new refrigerators recently, but we just finished installing all new LED fixtures in both the apartments and common spaces at Ridgeway Towers. And we're hoping that that results in a significant cost savings to both the residents, because they won't have to buy light bulbs anymore because they're all the computer boards, and to us because we pay all of the utilities. So hopefully that will be a win-win situation. With these funds, we plan here actually in the next couple of months, we're working on a laundry room upgrade to increase the amount of laundry equipment, and then we're also looking to add cameras to our current IP video surveillance system. Now, Section 8, like I said, this is the vast majority of our budget, about $5.2 million. The housing assistance payments are about $4.5, and then our administrative fees fund 7 of the full-time employees and the part-time employee hourly. Ridgeway Towers funds the 1 full-time Ridgeway Towers employee. The Housing Choice Voucher Program basically enables participants to pay a portion of the rent to their landlord based on income, with the Housing Authority making a payment to the owner for the balance each month. We currently have 1,056 voucher slots available on our program, and that is the maximum number of persons or families that we can admit. However, with reduced HUD funding in recent years, we have not been able to assist that many. And this will be the first year that we have actually been over 95% leased since 2010. When I looked this morning, we were at 1,042 leased on the program. So we are staying very close to full utilization. We're using 100% of our budget authority from HUD, as well as some HUD reserves that we had from previously authorized unused funds. Along with this program, we do inspect every single rental unit prior to a contract being signed, prior to occupancy. We also inspect all of our units annually and as well on a complaint basis, either by the tenant or by the landlord. Our waiting list for Section 8 is approximately 4 years currently, and there are 1,200 persons on that list. However, in the past year, we have reduced that list from 1,800 down to 600 as we have increased our leasing. Our waiting list has gone down from 5 years to 4 years, so that is a good thing as well. As part of the Section 8 program, there's a couple of programs within that. There's a homeownership voucher option, and that is where we have set aside up to 30 vouchers to allow participants to actually purchase a home using their housing choice voucher. This is not a forever program. The maximum term is 15 years on a 30-year mortgage, so there needs to be a plan in place for them to become self-sufficient over time. But it is a very good tool to decrease the foreclosure rate for low-income first-time home buyers. They have the same benefits as being on Section 8 program, whereas if they lose a job, they can come to the office and have the portion of their mortgage reduced so as not to lose their home, and then we can begin paying more of that. Since we started this program in 2003, we've had 35 people purchase homes through this program. We currently have 16, but of the 19 no longer on the program, 16 of those folks still own their homes that they purchased through voucher home ownership, and they have become over income and are continuing to be taxpayers in the city of Waterloo. And we use our regular housing assistance payments for that program. Family self-sufficiency. This is a program, we have about 35 of our voucher participants under contract for this program, and basically it is where they sign a contract with the Housing Authority to become self-sufficient within the next 5 years. We assist them with, going back to school, writing resumes, job search, child care, all of those barriers that there can be to low-income persons becoming self-sufficient. The benefit of this program is that over that time period, when their rent portion increases due to their earned income, the Housing Authority saves money in a bank account for them each month equal to the amount their rent increased. So if the rent goes up by $100 because they started working, every single month we'll put that $100 into this account for them. If and when they actually become self-sufficient and graduate from this program, they receive all the money in that account. And the largest that we've ever paid out was $21,000. Generally, it's not that big, but today I just signed one. She's going to be getting $4,000, and another one that's going to be getting about $1,000. And so, this is a good program, and we don't specify what they have to use that money for, but some have used it for down payments on homes and that sort of thing. So once again, it's helping people to purchase homes, hopefully, and become taxpayers in the city. The last program we have is our down payment program. Each year, we set aside $50,000 from our administrative fee reserve for this down payment program. And these are amounts that were earned prior to HUD's cash accounting system, which went into effect in the early 2000s. This account must be used for housing-related activities, but the Housing Authority is required by HUD to keep at least 3 to 4 months of housing assistance payments in reserve in the event of a federal government shutdown, and you never know when that might happen. So we got to keep those money, and we go through about $385,000 to $395,000 a month in housing assistance payments, so it's a lot. But this program, we assist home buyers with up to $3,500 toward their down payment. Their household income has to be below 80% of median to qualify. And as of this date, since we started this program, we've assisted 205 first-time home buyers in the city of Waterloo with this down payment program. And I think that's it. Any questions?
So Julie, so your program doesn't just do the portion of the renting or senior housing. Your program also helps put people in houses.
That's
to
right.
Make them homeowners as well.
That's right.
Our strategic goal, overarching goal, and one of the indicators potentially will focus on, some home ownerships. How do we put people in the home? So that's something we definitely will be looking forward to, hopefully seeing more of as we move towards the future. Any questions, Julie, right now? Are there any changes? I know your staffing levels pretty much stayed the same
For
over
a
the
long
course
time.
of years, but are there any changes? I know it's federal, but are there any changes?
The only major change is we do anticipate and have seen actually an increase in both our housing assistance payments and our administrative fees, simply due to the fact that we have so many more units under lease currently. Those administrative fees are paid to us based on how many unit months we have under lease each month. So the more we have under lease, the more we get paid for each unit. So, and obviously the more units we have under lease, the greater need we have for the housing assistance payments. And right now, HUD is currently funding us with the continuing resolution. They're funding us at 95% of what our leasing was at the end of November, which is approximately where we're at today. We were up a little higher in December. So luckily, we have those HUD-held reserves. We have about $1 million in those that were unused previously, so we can access those as needed. So,
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Lynn.
Julie, yesterday we had a discussion about building people doing inspections to help you out, and we were kind of told that you have more specialized inspections, or they have to meet different criteria. But anyway, am I correct in that you're going to try to get another person on board to do Section 8 inspections?
Actually, it's not, it's a person, our Ridgeway Towers maintenance person who's already full-time. He is actually, as we speak, on a plane on the way to Austin, Texas. He is being trained in the housing quality standards inspections this week so that he can be certified to do some of those as well.
Thanks.
What other agencies do you work with at the federal level? Do you community living, HUD?
It's all HUD. It's the
So
Department
just
of
HUD
Housing.
is all you
Yeah,
work
that's
with,
where all of our funding comes from, and that, yep.
Okay. Thanks.
Just comment, Julie, your maintenance man, Dana, is very appreciated versus the last gentleman.
So I've heard.
Yeah, they really enjoy him.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Julie? All right, next up, thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
We have another federally funded program, but we thought it would be good information for the council. Mr. Jones. Wearing purple, that's purple tie, that's supposed to be royalty.
You think so? Gotcha. Good afternoon, everyone. As Mayor Hard mentioned, I'm Rudy Jones, the City of Waterloo Community Development Director, with our budget PowerPoint. Our mission statement, which is long by design because of the federal funds that are attached to it, primarily, without going into all of this wording, Our goal is to provide safe and sanitary, decent housing for members of our community that are low and moderate income. Second is to prevent and eliminate slum and blight, where that comes into play. That could be helping with the elimination of brownfields, removal of slum and blight through asbestos surveys, asbestos removal and demolition. And the third goal that federal government provides for us is to meet urgent needs. Every now and again, we'll have a disaster that compels us to have use of federal funds to address that, which we are still at the tail end of our 2008 flood recovery process. An overview of our timeline is our budget process starts as soon as we start our new funding cycle. We'll start spending money July 1, but we'll start the education component of our funding cycle about October, formally start taking applications in November, have all those applications in by the end of the year in December, and we'll start our public hearings as we are now in January, February, have our board and U.S. Council overview those and make those recommendations, forward those to HUD, and they will approve those funds, and we'll be able to start spending those usually July 1. Some of the duties that we provide primarily is in the rehabilitation of single-family homes. That's where the bulk of our dollars are spent, where we provide not renovation as some of our customers think. It's mostly addressing lead remediation issues, which sometimes a window might have wood casings and lead in it. We'll replace that, not because we're doing a renovation, but we're addressing the lead hazard. We also are responsible for providing emergency assistance where homeowners might have a broken water line, roof repairs, and other necessary emergencies. Most of what we do entails some form of addressing housing, whether it's owner-occupied. Every now and then we'll do some rental assistance. We also provide ramp construction for those that might have that emergency need. We have partnered with the Northeast Iowa Agency on Aging, so we kind of play off one another in providing those ramps for necessary homeowners. We also, through our office, provide funds to have a neighborhood association person in place that is ramping up right now, and some of you probably have gone to some of the meetings of late. We're really getting our neighborhood associations very excited, which should increase activity within our community. We also provide down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, which comes out of our secondary funding stream, our home funds. The regulations for the use of home dollars, they change very frequently, so we still have some dollars that we'll have in the system over the next year or so, but going forward, we don't see this as being a very active activity as we have in the past. Through our funding process, we have opportunities for nonprofits to solicit and make applications for us for funds, which we do have some that we provide funds for during the course of the year. Because our funding stream has been decreasing over the past few years, we have continually looked for additional sources of funds. We're a member of the Waterloo Housing Trust Fund, which we were the lead agency in creating about 4 years ago, that the Iowa Finance Authority provides most of those dollars. We have to provide a 25% match. Currently, I think we have about $240,000 that's to be used throughout the community for housing and housing-related activities. As you can see, most of our funds are used in the homeowner category through our owner-occupied rehabilitation process. Staff members are here for you to see. Most of you know who we are. We're not going to bore you with whom we are. So some of the major accomplishments that you have in front of you here is our rehabilitation of 24 homes. Over the past few years, we have coupled our CDBG funds, our home funds, with the lead grant that allow us to spread the projects out longer. We've been averaging somewhere between 25 and 30 homes a year. We plan on reapplying for those lead grant funds, I guess over the next couple of weeks, and hopefully be awarded that for this next funding cycle. As we mentioned before, emergency assistance, we made 34 improvements to homes over the past year. We constructed 4 handicap accessible ramps, provided funds for playground equipment at Gates Park. Our Community Housing Development Organization, which we call CHODO, Habitat for Humanity, they were responsible for the construction of 2 new homes in the community. Because of our population size, we have a partnership with the city of Cedar Falls, which gives both cities more home dollars to use in the communities versus us applying for home dollars as an individual city. We probably would not be eligible at the same level of funding if we were to go after the home funds as an individual city because of our population size. There is a formula that we use to compute those dollars, which adds to the equity of those dollars there. They assist 6 households through rehabilitation with their funds. We provide funds for Consumer Credit Counseling Agency, which assisted 102 persons with debit counseling. Another one of the nonprofits that we work with is the Salvation Army, and they meet our homeless need throughout the community, and they provided services for 124 persons to have access to homeless shelters.
Rudy, interrupt you.
Please.
Do you know what our homeless situation is here? Do we have a lot of people who are homeless?
I think we
I see it in
have-
larger cities. I don't see it here, but that doesn't mean I'm in the wrong place, maybe.
Part of the challenge is identifying who they are.
Yeah.
We have to do an annual test to see if we can identify them, and that's done through the agencies that make up that consortium.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's probably edging up just by virtue of the overall economic situation. There's not a lot of homeless shelters throughout the community. So there's a lot of people that are doubling up in terms of households. There's still some people staying in unfit locations. It's still a struggle, though.
There's no number that you could put, guesstimate?
Oh,
We have the point in time survey that we do each January, and I don't have the results from this January, but I do have from last year, and I can email that
Okay.
to you if you want to see what they.
Thank you.
It lists the number of beds that are available for homeless people, and then how many people were actually homeless on that particular day.
Thanks.
And then also with the changes in funding for mental health, that also makes it a challenge to provide proper living circumstances for people. And I believe, Rudy, several years ago, you were appointed to, was it a governor's task force or a state task force for homeless?
we, by virtue of our funding stream, the city is a member of that. organization. So there's a number of nonprofit agencies that make up that consortium that address this on a monthly, quarterly basis. And as Mayor Hart mentioned, some of the decisions that's being made at the state with how they're handling some individuals coming out of incarceration, that might give us a different challenge altogether. There was one of the, I'll leave that alone.
Rudy,
Yes, sir.
do you have any idea how many of the dilapidated or the abandoned structures where the homeless might be drifting to or staying in? Any idea?
I don't have a clue because they could be in for a short amount of time and they can be out sooner than that. An example, when we started our renovation and new construction of houses in the Lafayette Street area, one of the houses that we went into did have a homeless individual in it. So the time that we went in it, we recognized that somebody was staying there, and then we came back to that resident a couple days later, and they had obviously moved on somewhere else. So they're in transit most of the time. We try to, in partnership with the planning department, secure the units that we take over to eliminate that and prevent that as best we can.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, I know that sometimes when the houses get abandoned and there's a complaint or a call made that has to do with why isn't this house boarded up and that, and maybe boarding them up isn't going to work for people that want to get in that house and want to sleep there. I don't know what the answer is, but is there any kind of creative use of some of these abandoned structures that can service the homeless here in Waterloo? Just an idea.
Well, what we've tried to do is, and it's not so much to address the homelessness, but it's to provide a housing unit that would be available for folks that need it. We try to get those off of the 657A list. We've been working in conjunction with some of the local financial institutions in their disposition process. If we could get those units prior to it getting down their process, and we did that with the one on Kern Street, which we have on the market right now. I think our realtor, Rick Bauer, says he has 6 showings coming up now that the weather's starting to get a little bit better. So we're trying to address housing in a lot of respects, and homelessness is a slice of that, if that makes sense.
Taste on.
Okay, we also assisted the YWCA with a pool project where we replaced the tile and provided some new railings. As I mentioned earlier, we're in the last few months of our Grand Crossing project, which was a federal funded through the state as part of the flood recovery efforts. Every now and again, we are responsible for a few units of demolition, and HUD has a regulation that will not allow us to demolish a unit without replacing another unit back in the housing market. And that's either done by rehabilitation, new construction, or assisting a house in some form or fashion. We do have staff that are active members on the Local Housing Trust Fund Board. And then again, that's another approximately $250,000 of housing and housing-related services that comes to the community. And as Nancy mentioned, we do participate in the point-in-time homeless survey. Also in the year 2008, the city began to receive neighborhood stabilization funds, and we had a target area that comprise mostly the 900 and 1000 block of Lafayette Street. What we have here is pictures of a new unit that we constructed. I think we may have demolished one there prior to putting it up. And to maintain some of the stability in the neighborhood, the picture on the left is one that we had major rehabilitation to, as to not totally destroy the character of that neighborhood. And we are coming to the end of the NSP 3 program as well. We have a unit that will be on the council agenda for a public hearing, I think pretty quick here, 1003 Lafayette, and that should be the last of our NSP dollars. One of our partners is Operation Threshold, that we provide tenant-based rental assistance. Where they provide the assistance, we provide the dollars. We provide funds for another agency, Eye of the Needle, and they provide clothes, transportation assistance for individuals that might be exiting a residential facility. That meets some of our public service requirements.
No, you're good.
Our owner-occupied housing rehabilitation program, we have pictures here. Again, we just don't do projects that make the housing units look better. They have to either address the lead, meet some code deficiencies, and then we, in turn, will have better housing units from that. We partnered with Wells Fargo with one of their disposition units they had about three years back. They provided us with a house with a grant of I think it was $10,000 or $15,000, and we used some of our own dollars and rehabilitated this house. And this is the one on Kern Street that we currently have on the market, and hopefully we can get that sold over the next 30, 45 days yet. This would have been the only house unoccupied on that block, and we like to believe that once a housing unit on any block becomes vacant, we try to get it addressed sooner than later as to keep that neighborhood stable. Because all it takes is one house to start the destabilization of a neighborhood if it's not adequately addressed and addressed in a timely manner. We have approximately 30,
Rudy,
yes, sir.
the pictures there, those four pictures, were the homes prior to what you did, were they 57A, or were they targeted or
We
abandoned?
We have not gotten hold of a unit off of the 657A list yet that we can rehabilitate. We're really trying to get those units before they get to that bad a condition. Because typically once they get to be that bad a condition, it costs a little bit more than what we are willing to spend a lot of times. So we evaluate those. I think we just had one that came across our desk, our computer, within the last week that staff looks at and evaluates, and we say, well, it's probably going to be a bad candidate for it or not. So we vet each property that does come on that list to determine if it is a candidate for rehabilitation. But we'd like to get them a whole lot sooner before they get into that system. Does that answer your question, Mr.?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Again, we have approximately 31 neighborhood associations that's active at some capacity, some a little more active than others. But with Ms. Felicia Knowles on board, we're thinking we're going to increase the activity of all of them this upcoming year. She's got a couple of workshops that's coming up in the next month that's going to bring city staff to the table to better explain the services we provide. We're having a couple of community organizations, one in particular, the Community Foundation of Northeast Iowa, that have dollars available for neighborhood association activities to help them access some of that as well. So our goals for this next fiscal year is to continue to rehabilitate owner-occupied units, continue to provide emergency repairs for those in need. We're going to be applying for the lead grant over the next couple of weeks. We're going to again apply for Waterloo Housing Trust Fund. What we used those dollars for last year, we have a $4,000 cap on our emergency assistance projects. We got funds from them that allow us to spend up to $5,500 on those emergency repairs. Our CDBG and home funds, their annual allocations that's determined by the population size. And one of the challenges that we have around budget time is we don't know what our budget allocation will be. So we use last year's amount and maybe fudge 5–10% at most, and basically just kind of plug numbers and wait until we actually hear what those numbers are. Each set of funds have their own individual time frame. We try to encourage agencies to spend their CDBG dollars the year that they receive them. Home dollars, the rules have changed, but is that a 24-month cycle for the use of home dollars?
Rudy?
Yes, sir.
Again, question. There in one of the bullets, it says block grant funds are annual award from HUD. We're awarded these funds based on population, number of low-income persons residing in Waterloo. Does that give you numbers that would show an upward or downward trend in the number of low-income persons residing in Waterloo?
Oh, yes, we
What
could.
does it show?
Based on census tracts, we have groupings of areas that those individuals that are low and moderate income continue to increase. So that's why and how we have to use some dollars in locations versus others. The NSP dollars, for example, that was a grant cycle that we had to apply for and be awarded dollars based upon individuals that met that low mod income criteria in designated areas. When we first were notified of the funds for that project, we had wanted to look at doing something in the Church Row neighborhood area because we knew they were having some challenges over there. But when we mapped it out, it didn't meet the criteria that HUD had set before us, and so we had to kind of tweak it further north into a neighborhood that was more conducive to meet those low mod income numbers. And that's why we ended up over in the Lafayette Street area.
So when you do, so basically, if you see that community development is tearing down a house or doing something in the area, that means most likely that something else is coming, because what you do is strategically tied to particular projects. Also, if you take a look at, just give an example, don't you have a CAPER?
The CAPER, the Consolidated Annual Report, basically speaks to the activities that we performed the previous year.
And if you take a look at, just give you an example, over the last 6-7 years, and you go down the street, down Lafayette Street, East 8th, East 9th, you take a look, some of those houses, some of those neighborhoods that we're building in now hasn't had building in over 60 to 70 years. You drive over to Madison Monroe, you see those projects over there. You see the combination of Waterloo Housing and CDBG as well when you go over near Ferguson Field. And I think one of the surprising things about CDBG is the projects, because we just had 6 rounds of, was that neighborhood stabilization dollars, where we're able to help assist in Summerlin,
That was the 6 rounds of single-family new construction with the flood recovery dollars.
And so you start to see different projects, new housing built up from dollars that are coming from this area as well. But Rudy, if you could keep on continuing through, does Pat gets a copy of the caper? Does all council get a
Yes.
copy of that?
Yes.
On the website.
Okay, Pat, you can check that. It's the caper.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just would like to see if there was something that I could look at, or all of us could look at, that would say our population and the number of low-income persons residing in Waterloo, how often that occurs, and if it's going up, down, or where it's at.
Nancy could speak to that.
That,
If you would come
Look
up,
at the
if you would come up
census
to
data, you
the,
would find-
Nancy, can you please come up to the microphone and, so folks in TV land know who you are, not just a voice in the crowd?
whoops, sorry. That information would be on census tracts, but Pat, the other thing we have to remember when we get our allocation is it's based on the number of cities that are awarded the money to, and cities that are growing to 50,000 people are automatically put in the mix with everybody else that's already there. And so that decreases our funding too. If a few years back, West Des Moines got added, and so now that decreases the whole total amount of funding available for each city. So you just have to, it's not just based on low income, there's a whole formula.
And then if we can just make sure, if you have the link to the census tract or something, if you could email that to Mr. Morrissey to kind of help him out with that as well. And the caper is on your homepage.
On the city's website under community development
Okay,
reports.
so you'll have that. So, Mr. Jones, if you could.
Yes, sir. Here's our last 6 years of CDBG funding. As you can notice, it's shrinking, and we don't have a clue what it might look like this year. Another one of the challenges we face is that we still have annual trips to Washington, D.C., but we used to go there to try to gain other dollars, earmarked dollars that are no longer being made available that used to. For example, a lot of earmarked dollars went into the Ralph Brownfield area to create a lot of economic development initiatives, a lot of housing initiatives, a lot of projects that makes way for rehabilitation and new construction and those things. So those dollars are no longer available. Hopefully one day they'll return. Our home dollars, which have 4 primary uses, they're shrinking more drastically than the other dollars, to the point where we're using home dollars now and couple those with our CDBG dollars for owner-occupied rehabilitation. We never used to do that, maybe 10, 15 years ago, but now we're compelled to.
So 6 years ago, you add the 1 point, I forgot what the other slide showed, how much you received. So you're talking about one loss of about close to half $500,000 in services that you were able to provide over the last 6 years,
Yes.
when you combine
Yes.
both of those.
Yes, it was averaging somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000 a year
Yeah.
loss.
All right.
Questions?
Changes to your budget, I think yours is pretty much flat as well. Salaries, any other things we need to, yours is set by the feds. All right.
The amount of funding allocation is, yes.
Any questions for Mr. Jones?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Rudy, last year you had 2 staff positions vacant.
Yes.
Are they still vacant?
We've shifted those responsibilities to other staff members. One was a lead grant funded position that we're hoping to get again. So we've got a person that's not the bookkeeper, but still performing some of the functions.
You can see that on our narrative, that some positions have been removed. So the 2 vacant positions, the funding has been moved to other sources.
So it's no longer on.
And then the neighborhood service coordinator, she part-time?
She's
Did you
part-time.
convert that position to a part-time position?
Yes, the person who was primarily there is out on medical. We hope at some point they might return, and that was a full-time position. We're just not quite sure yet what's going to happen.
So that's, the full-time position is still funded?
Yes.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir.
Public Works. All right, we're up again.
This chair is warm.
Hot seat,
It's
buddy.
warm up here.
Good afternoon, Mark Rice with Public Works. What you see on your screen is our organizational chart. This afternoon, we're here to talk about the street department, which you'll find on the right side of our organizational chart. Still use the arrow. Again, the mission of the Public Works is to provide the community with the highest quality public service. Our goal is to be proactive in our approach to expected citizen services while demonstrating decisive reaction to the needs of the city and its citizens. We didn't load the new one.
It is.
Okay, sorry. Highlights and accomplishments for 2016, we initiated Operation Spring Clean, which was a litter control program actually run through the sanitation department, and we're hoping that that bears a bit more fruit for this upcoming spring. The closure of the former Yardway site on Easton to meet Corps of Engineer inspection requirements, opening of the new Yardway site on Independence in time to meet the 2016 leaf season, preparation, maintenance, cleanup of the 2016 fall flood, provide citizens with drop-off sites for flood damaged materials as well as sandbagging. And we also did some significant curb repair on Park Avenue in the downtown area last year. Our goals and objectives are to continue to provide safe streets for traveling public, respond to citizen requests for service, as this is a maintenance organization, and improve safety-related training to reduce potential employee injuries. Street department responsibilities, we have 433 center lane miles. Looks like I have a typo there. Of that, unimproved streets, as far as seal coat, is about 50-plus miles. We do alley and shoulder maintenance, street sweeping, snow and ice control, and flood control. The street department is funded by the road use tax. Duties and responsibilities include snow and ice control, alley and shoulder maintenance, asphalt and concrete repairs, utility cuts, pothole patching, street milling, ditch work, PD, emergency response, and flood control. There are 3 separate funding streams and 4 activities that support the street department budget. The first of which is local option tax, which funds our seal coat program. The road use tax supports our base street maintenance activity. It also supports our snow removal activity, and our street sweeping activities are funded by the Stormwater Fund. Under the local option tax for seal coat, the number of man hours that we expend doing seal coat every year equates to 7.6 man hours, or full-time equivalents. Okay, are we done?
Nice try.
This coming year, we anticipate 13 and a half street miles to be seal coated, and part of that we do crack sealing, which we do both visual inspection of recently overlaid streets as well as our pavement management system to determine how our overlays are holding up and if we need to crack seal those to keep the moisture out of them and extend the life. These personnel that are funded by this tax are also responsible for snow and ice control and assisting in flood operations. Overall, for the local option tax fund, we're looking at a 2% increase, and that is strictly because of an anticipated retirement of a long-term employee. Other than that, all of our expense lines will remain at last year's level. Street department itself, and this includes all of the funds that are supported. We have one operations supervisor. I should go back and say 1/3 of my salary is paid from this fund. 2 foremen, 31 equipment operators, 1 administrative secretary, 1 clerk, 1 receptionist, and 1 mechanic that works on the accessories to all of the snow equipment. I will say that we've seen in the last 3 to 4 years a turnover in our workforce, and we've been very fortunate to pick up some outstanding employees that are well-versed in both concrete and asphalt maintenance. So they're not just truck drivers. They're well-versed in construction projects. As far as the street department activity, I project no expense level increases in 7,100, which is the basic street maintenance, other than contracted salary increases. The next activity is also road use, and this is our snow removal expense. In 2016 or 2015-16, we had 12 plow events, 12 salt sand events. So far this year, we've had 5 plow events and 9 salt sand events. Right now, I hate to jinx us, but it appears that appears we might be able to see slight savings in our salt budget as well as our overtime budget if the weather holds. As far as next year's budget, the only increase I see is the projected increase cost for rental graders for snow operations based on what we had for bids this year, primarily due to the acceptance of University Avenue. It's working out really well to have graders out there. All the other expense lines will remain flat.
Mark, you had also mentioned, we talk about working smarter. You'd also talk about the possibility of equipment where one person could do something, or it will speed up the pace in which we would do that.
We're looking at, I guess for lack of a better term, an automated pothole patching machine that will hold 5 tons of material, and with a single operator be able to fill the hole, tamp it, and move on to the next pothole, which we all know we have plenty of, as does every city in the Midwest. So.
And your crew, they only do one. They only do salt. They only do sand. They do everything, or they just do one of the different functions you mentioned a little bit earlier? Because that's where we were kind of taking a look at the totality of.
No, all of our employees are cross-trained and do everything that's responsible for the department.
Okay.
They're just based on the number of man-hours that we dedicate to each activity that's funded by a separate fund. Those are the full-time equivalent man-hours that we spend doing that specific task.
Okay.
So, Mark, currently, I heard you say one individual with a machine to fill potholes. Currently, it takes 2 to do that, one driving the truck and then the other one behind it actually filling the pothole and
Correct.
Filling it in. Okay.
And we would be able to do that, well, we actually run 3 shifts. We have people, in the summertime, they're street sweeping, 2nd shift and 3rd shift. 3rd shift spends a lot of time with police calls, supporting the PD. But we would be able to, in daylight hours anyway, be able to continue pothole patching with multiple shifts with that piece of equipment. Our chargebacks, which we support the central garage and human resources, I believe, out of this budget for functions that they provide to this department. And that, again, would be paid out of the road use tax. Our street sweeping program, again, is funded by the Stormwater Fund, and the number of hours that we spend street sweeping equates to 3.5 full-time equivalents. We have 433 centerline miles of streets to sweep. We sweep them in the spring, at least get to every street in the summer, and try to get to everything in the fall, depending on when the weather changes. And we also hit certain areas, the Prospect area and Highland and a few other heavy tree areas that tend to leave a lot more leaves in the street. We try to hit them before the snow flies and freezes things down. These people are also responsible for snow and ice control. They have their own snow routes and would do any flood control operations we would have as well. As far as the Stormwater Fund, again, I see the expenses as we were requested to be held at last year's level. So the only increase I would see there for those 3.5 people is the contract salary increase.
Any questions about streets?
Mark, at one time I talked to you about that machine you're talking about for the pot, but
Yes.
I remember at the time you said those are really expensive.
They are.
Still are.
How would we fund something like that?
Well, that'll be something we'll have to talk about when we have our CIP meetings.
Is that a capital? It doesn't
Right.
come out of the,
No, it would come out of, we would fund it capital.
and then that machine would use a little better mix than the stuff we just throw down there. A little more permanent patch, isn't it?
It tends to heat the material. It has a heating element to it. So right now we're using, as we get caught up, we're using our hot patch truck right now, which heats the asphalt, which stays in a lot better. This piece of equipment would hold 5 tons, plus it has an oil reservoir, and it would also heat the material, so it would stay better as well. And it has its own tamping arm on it as well.
So you can move on to sanitation.
More notes. Shift change. Yeah. Yeah, it's the next one. Oh, I don't mean to scare you. The next budget I have is the sanitation fund. Goals and objectives for the sanitation department are continue to respond to citizen calls for service as quickly as possible. I will be coming to council hopefully in the next several weeks to update the administrative policies and discuss establishing a fine structure for non-compliance. We have a significant number of issues related to overloaded carts and requests for revisits in certain areas that the carts just aren't out, et cetera. So we do a violation program now, but we just don't have any teeth behind it. So. And then again, improve safety-related training to reduce potential employee injuries. Sanitation department has 1 operations supervisor. Again, a third of my salary is in the sanitation department. We have 1 administrative secretary and 11 solid waste technicians. So if you recall, we changed classifications on our employees. We no longer have quote-unquote dedicated route drivers. We have 11 technicians who can do anything. And we also did away with the incentive program last year. The duties and responsibilities of the sanitation department are curbside garbage collection to over 35,000 residents, curbside recycling collection, and yard waste. We provide annual Christmas tree collection curbside. We coordinate all these 5 separate satellite recycling locations, maintain the yard waste site for resident drop-off, Provide and coordinate neighborhood association cleanups on Saturdays for the 30 neighborhood associations Rudy was just talking about. Provide and coordinate the annual citywide cleanup, or Buck Day, which I guess now is 2 Buck Day. We perform both court-ordered and administrative code enforcement cleanups at nuisance properties, and provide cleanup of reported illegal dumping. As far as revenue changes, I'm going to defer to Michelle. I don't really know what we're doing for interest rates on our savings account and so forth, so Michelle will be taking care of potential changes in revenues for us. The expenses for sanitation, I have an increase in landfill fees, item 1389 if you have a budget sheet, and that's to cover the $2 per ton increase that comes July 1 at the landfill. We'll be paying $38.25 as opposed to the $36.25 per ton that we pay now. Line 1390, we expect an increase from our recycler. I had originally budgeted $25,000, or I'm sorry, hang on, let me get my sheet. $85,000 for a used tractor to be used at the yard waste site to turn our compost. But what I find is, after doing some investigation, I think we'll be able to eliminate that and add about $10,000 to our 1390 account and contract that with the contractor that does our right-of-way mowing, and he will come in once a week for about an hour, is about all it takes, and turn that for like $125 a week. So significant savings there versus having to buy another piece of equipment. We have 2117, which is new equipment. That'll be the estimated cost of a new automated truck. Line 2152, I had original estimate of $250,000 in there for a storage building at the compost site to store all of our equipment in. And I took that from the price that we paid for the cold storage building, which is not cold storage, at the wastewater treatment plant. And I think we can do this for $100,000 or less based on some initial quotes that I've gotten. So we're looking at putting up a 60 by 60 cold storage building to house our grinder, our screener, our loader, everything that we need to use on site there. And then I've also requested $18,000 in part-time or seasonal for, my hope is to get a couple of retired equipment operators to come in 4 hours a day, 1 or 2 days a week, whatever it takes to be able to grind the material and keep the yard waste site up, so we don't get into the situation we were in the past years.
Some of those changes that Mark's talking about are not on the financial worksheets that you have, but we'll be updating those.
These are just a few pictures of some of the code cleanups we've done. We've done nearly 200 in the last just over a year. So we spend a lot of time doing code cleanups, some more significant than others, but nonetheless. And we also find, as do the code enforcement officers when they go out, we seem to visit the same properties quite often. So I don't know that there's a good answer to it, but it's just something else that the department has to take care of. As I said, I don't think it's one of our slides, but we're working on the flyer for this year's Operation Spring Clean. We want to get this out to Rudy's group and the neighborhood associations, and hope we can get some better participation this year to go for a walk on a Saturday and pick up litter and just kind of clean the city up as you come in, especially for visitors on 63 and 218, present a better, neater appearance. I believe that's all I have, so if you have any questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Mark, we have a mutual customer that wants to know Was the single-side garbage pickup test a successful? Can we implement that more globally, or is that not the way to go in Waterloo? Or what are your thoughts on single-side garbage pickup? I know Cedar Falls was able to reduce the increase in fees at the landfill by going to single-side garbage pickup.
We did a test on that, mostly in cul-de-sacs and primarily from a safety standpoint with the truck having to get in and out and maneuver. It was successful. We're looking at alternatives and additional areas that we may want to enact that.
To me, if you're on a street where there's permanent no parking on one side, that'd be a natural.
Well, but we also hear from the citizens that live on the other side that don't want to have to drag their cart all the way across the street. So we've gotten a little bit of feedback from both sides.
Sure.
I think it's effective in certain areas and probably not so in others. And it probably needs to be tied into, I think, long-term, if we go to one-sided snow collection, or if we go to the odd-even snow removal process, we would be able to enact it that way and do it all at one time.
Maybe if we
Might
even
make the
did
best.
an incentive, if you took your garbage can across the street, you got $2 off a month or something, Just an idea.
So you said, so what we're doing, so we tried it last year, it worked in some of the cul-de-sacs, so you'll expand it out a little bit further.
We're looking into
other
that,
areas
yes.
To see, okay, and I think that's as long as we're still taking a look at it and seeing if it works and how it could work, so.
We've got some significant areas where parked cars, et cetera, create a real hazard, and
Right.
so we're trying to work through all that and determine where best it would work.
And hearing it from both sides, that was no pun intended. Okay.
Mark,
Yes.
the site recycle drop-off places, there's 5 in the city,
Yes.
okay, and I know that Amesboro, when I drove by, is atrocious again. And I don't know if all those sites have cameras to detect that, or if that's something that could be done, and some of them don't have cameras or not, Mark, because it seems to be some places particular that get that kind of abuse.
The Amesboro site is, I guess for lack of a better term, very popular. It gets a tremendous amount of use. Our issue is, that was the site that was originally at Burns Park. And when we did the tennis court remodification, renovation, it wasn't, how do I want to say, appealing to the eye to have the recycling center there. So we looked for a place to move it. And so we moved it to Amesboro. Unfortunately, there's no power down there, so it's difficult to set up cameras. So we're actually looking at a new site to be able to put that. None of the sites have cameras, but most of the sites are co-located with businesses that keep an eye on it for us. And because they're in well-lit parking lots or businesses associated, we don't seem to have the abuse or the issues with a mess. Our contractor that picks up does some of it. We've sent crews over there, but the last time we sent them over there, a lot of things were still frozen down. We couldn't get it all with rakes and so forth. So we do police it up, but it without a doubt is the worst one.
Mr. Mayor, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Do our arms on those trucks have a camera on them so we can document whether somebody's overloaded or the can's not there, so when you write them a ticket, they don't just say, well, it was out there. It's your word against mine. I know Waste Management has a
They do.
camera.
Not all the trucks have a DVR on them, though, and we're looking into that. There's some different new technology out there for that.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
And by the way, Mr. Mayor, Mark, your 2 foremen did, and I've heard this from several people, did a spectacular job moving the yard waste site. And that 1 week they had to do it and got it up and running for the people that love dumping fall leaves. That was an unbelievable
It
effort.
was, they did an excellent job. I appreciate the comments. We have some good people.
Yep, we do. I got just a quick question, and you can start packing up, but as far as snow events, and everything goes very well, I think. Their streets are clean, they appear to be safe and all of that. On a snow event in Waterloo, how many people do we send out with trucks and graders?
We have, our ordinance is 2 inches or more, we attack the priorities. And we have 30 snow routes.
30, okay.
So-
Comparable, Cedar Rapids, other cities that you may communicate with street work departments, how many people do they send out on a snow event?
Cedar Rapids has 90.
For roughly the same square footage?
They have a few
Miles.
more lane miles, but they're not that much larger than we
As
are.
Noel keeps doing a good job, we keep building road miles, right?
Correct.
So with dead ends. Okay, thanks.
I will say it doesn't do any good to bring people in if you don't have a piece of equipment for them to operate. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pass the word, I think they're doing a great job.
thank you. I will. Shut this down. Did she do that or?
All right, now we have the mayor's budget. I was going to try to hold out because we have, how many more departments? 1 or 2 more departments?
Public parking and sewer.
Republic is not going today.
We didn't think we would get to
Yeah, we
this.
didn't know we'd get through this many.
Yeah, we went
Um,
fast.
And then sewer, and so my presentation is part of the way done, but I could try it. And then afterwards, when we have, what's our next meeting?
4:55.
Or two.
4:55. 4:55. So I could, you got PowerPoint?
I'll forward it to you.
Take a break.
And then I got some fruit and stuff for it, because it's gonna be a long night.
Oops, excuse me.
Well, I'm just saying, we got here at 3 o'clock today, and it's
Almost 4:40.
4:40 almost. So, yeah, that's what I was saying.
Is it?
Or did we wait?
It's your
I don't
call.
know if I'm-
It's up to you.
Would you mind if I did mine with Republic and
I'm fine with
sewer?
I would prefer waiting.
that. Yeah.
Waiting. Okay. Okay. So we'll wait. So we need to.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
We okay? All in favor?
Mr. Mayor,
Aye.
before- If this was on the agenda that way, does that make a difference when we're,
No, the agenda
Adjourn.
just says city council budget meeting, department budget review. We didn't list
So-
out specific departments because we weren't sure
Yeah.
who would be ready when.
Motion's been made with second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, yeah, need to say Need ordinance changes, and City Attorney Zellerford, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, and you feel free, Mr. Morrissey, to speak as you see fit, since you were involved in some of this. And we have Maria Downing with us also today. Our Code of Ordinances book is way behind. Some of you may know that. We're in the process of rewriting the entire thing over the course of the next year. And part of this has to do with our weed ordinance, and so we're just doing it a bit at a time to try to get a handle on things. We have the weed removing coming up here in just a couple months. It may seem like spring and overgrowth is a long way away, but it's not. Originally, this matter was all handled by the Waste Management Department, and Code Enforcement has been doing it for years, so we're changing that. We're organizing this to show that Code Enforcement's in charge of weeds now, not Waste Management. So we've made some changes. The biggest change we're making is our ability to go after and remove weeds from abandoned lots, vacant lots, and dilapidated properties that we know are never going to be taken care of by their owner if we could ever find an owner, or their ownerless. They aren't owned by the city. They're sitting in purgatory, and every summer they sit there and look ugly, and we'd like to get them on a normal mowing course. So rather than have to give notice to people who don't exist or to people who don't care, we can do it once and then go right in and just start mowing it on the regular schedule. We have a mowing contract that's been put out for bid now, and they do a lot of things, and we'd like to add these so that every month or so they can be on the regular schedule. And the citizens will be happy knowing that the vacant lot next to them is actually going to be mowed on a scheduled basis, so they can stop complaining and realize we're going to get it. And it keeps us from having to give notice after notice after notice as a tremendous expense, which is what it's costing us for things like certified mail and those types of things, publication, what have you, regular mail, and then just being able to get it done. I think we have about 56, 53 or so, almost 60 of these properties. We can give you all a list of them. I think we've compiled a pretty good list. And anyway, we're getting rid of our fees that we've never been able to collect anyway, and we're just giving the code enforcement folks a better chance to come in and get these things mowed without having to go through a lot of rigmarole. The administrative fees is what I was talking about. My brain isn't functioning so well today. But this is mostly administrative. Very little in the way of change, just trying to get the right people in charge in the code and making it easier and less expensive for us to go after the myriad of dilapidated properties and vacant lots that ordinarily we'd have to spend a lot of time and money giving notice to, but there's no one to give notice to. So it just gives us that chance. We can assess the property, and if anybody ever does come forward, they would come due with the taxes. That rarely, if ever, happens. This is more of a convenience and a money saver than it is anything else. Anything else? Any questions?
Dave, would it be okay for Marie to get up and give a presentation from her about what this is all about, explain it from the code enforcement person?
Yeah. And feel free, anybody who has questions, stop us. And we're very limited on time, so your questions are more important than my ramblings, I can tell you. Thank you.
Maria Downing, Code Enforcement Foreman. We actually have 53 dilapidated structures and 56 actual vacant lots that we deal with on a year-to-year basis ever since I started. Logan and Harrison lots, Clay lots, over on North Barclay, there's 20-some parcels. The issue is, for every single time that we get a weed complaint on these particular structures, we actually have to go and we actually have to post each individual parcel. Then by posting each individual parcel, then we have to go back and we have to re-inspect just to refer it out for these same properties over and over. We do have access to look these up on a monthly basis to make sure that they have not changed ownership. And if they change ownership, then we will take these off the list. And then what we will do is we will hold the new owners accountable until they prove that they are become a nuisance by not complying with the ordinances. When we talk about the admin fees being totally taken out of the ordinance, we are the only city that actually does admin fees. I did some research, Dubuque, Fort Madison, Iowa City, Des Moines, Bettendorf, Mason City. Nobody else does admin fees. So basically what this is the first time that we go and we post a property, that is like a 5-day notice. If we get called back again, the owners of these so-called lots or these so-called dilapidated structures or any residential or commercial property in the city ends up with a $100 admin fee. If we get called back a third and subsequent time, it's a $300 admin fee for every time, and that's not even including any type of mowing at all. And considering we do not issue citations for weeds and grass, it is just an abatement by the city. We are creating really hardships by adding these admin fees on top of mowing bills or just the admin fees itself.
Thank you. And what's in front of you as far as an attachment, the red is the additional language that you see there, and then the cross-throughs are there. And the explanation from City Attorney Zellifer and Maria is what those strike-throughs and what that red lettering is all about, to change it the way that they were talking about. And that's all this is. And does anybody have any questions of Maria or Dave?
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Dave, on the exceptions on C, it's permitted on properties which development has never occurred, but you're not located within 300 feet of a developed area or something. That kind of eliminates, like all that places out there in the Summerlin Business Park. A lot of those never get cut, weeds. And people always tell me, how come I got to do it? And I drive by Sunnyside Business Park and there's weeds all the way along the right-of-way. Are we giving those people a pass, or what do we?
Basically, the way that the ordinance reads is if there has never been a structure on that particular parcel, okay, it has to be mowed 300 foot back from a property that has actually had a structure on it. Let's take Logan and Airline, for instance, where the Old Dines hardware store used to be, okay? We get a lot of complaints out there ever since that development started taking place and was never finished. So what has happened is we go 300 feet back from where the Dines property was and mow 300 feet back onto the adjacent property. We mow 300 feet back from behind the Dollar General.
Oh, okay.
So that's basically what that's saying, so that we're not having to mow the whole entire thing.
But the part I see,
Yes,
you're going to mow.
yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I got, on the notice to property owners, if I remember reading this last night, it was 5 days, 5 days from the date that you found out about it. Is that right? So if you get a complaint 5 days later, or you're gonna mail something to the owners, 5 days later, they have to respond with a cure or fix or whatever.
From the time that we post it, and then we send it by regular mail, by the time that we post it, they have 5 days to comply. If they do not comply, then the city goes in and mows it, and then that property owner is billed.
I mean, kind of knowing how this mail system works, do you think that's maybe a touch unreasonable? Because it may take, if I'm on vacation and I own a rental property and my rental folks rely on me to stay on them to keep things cleaned up, and I'm on vacation and I don't get that within 5 days, and knowing how the mail works, occasionally, I mean, they do as best they can, but I don't know that 5 days is a reasonable amount of time to notify a landlord, an owner, and notify or have the project taken care of. I mean, are we that responsive?
Nobody gets a notice until the property is already over the 8-inch limitation. So, you know.
All right, that, yeah.
So you got to think that we're not giving them a notice until it's already in violation.
Yeah.
And we're just basically telling everybody, whether you're a rental unit owner or a private citizen, that if you're going to take off for a month, you better have somebody, the kid across the street to come in with his lawn boy, or if it's a whole lot of them, have it done anyway.
Yeah.
You know, the majority of the large rental people, landlords, do have somebody coming in and doing this. But you know, it's
That makes sense, but the owner is being notified?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any
And,
other?
and a lot of times we know who the manager of an apartment complex is. Maria's always in touch with she has a good relationship with the Landlords Association. They know what's going on. She speaks to them quite a bit. They communicate weekly, if not more, daily. So they know what's going on. We try to maintain a good relationship with them because we don't want to give citations. We want the city clean
Right.
and neat.
Okay, thanks.
Plenty for us to do otherwise. Most of this stuff, like I said before, is ministerial and getting the right, organization in charge of weed removal. Thank you.
Yeah,
Any
thanks.
other questions from anybody? What I'd like to do is just get a consensus from the council to just send this to the full council. Is that okay?
Do you need a motion, or?
No, just okay to move this ahead? Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.
And Wellness Conference, destination is Altoona. Dates are April 5th through the 6th, amount not to exceed $360. Stephen Homebrecker, Director of Waste Management Services, the Iowa Rural Water Association, 42nd Annual Conference, destination is Des Moines, February 20th through the 22nd, amount not to exceed $651.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the travel requests. Any questions on those? Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Pre-auths.
Mr. Chairman, we asked pre-auth tonight to expend over $1,000. Airport, $1,400 for area use on runways in icy weather. And building, $7,703 for International Code Council for plan review for the peracetic acid process and warehouse for hydrate chemical. City clerk, $8,398 for the annual service for attendance enterprise software, which is the time clock for April 1st, 2017 to March 31st, 2018. Leisure services amount is to be estimated with shipping and handling of $125 per hour for snow and ice removal on newly constructed sidewalks and crosswalks in the Kimball Avenue corridor. Leisure services, $2,834 plus $130 shipping and handling for parts for irrigation system at the municipal golf courses. Planning, $1,190 for asbestos removal, southeast area Old Wonder Bread Facility, 325 Commercial Street. Sanitation, $3,380 for cart washer. Sewer, $13,941.24, plus $200 shipping and handling to rebuild parts for 2 Vogelsang primary sludge pumps. Sewer, $17,023.20, plus $200 shipping and handling to rebuild pump parts and labor on number 1 Easton Raw wastewater KSB pump. Sewer, $4,943 plus $300 shipping and handling. Replacement KSB pump power cables and sensor cable for number 3 Easton
RWW pump. Lastly, traffic is $1,800 plus $360 shipping and handling for 300 18-inch orange traffic cones.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on all the pre-auths. Any questions on that?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I ask a couple questions? On
Sure.
on the building thing for hydride chemical, why is that so expensive? Because they have a specialized product out there or something, or?
Noel Anderson, Community Planning Development Director, that's exactly it. It's because of the very detailed nature of the acid, the chemicals and all that. It actually took several staff members from the ICC to review it, and there's different fees for different levels of the staff members.
And we have some obligation to review.
Correct. It's well beyond our training to deal with those types of chemicals and all that for the review, so we have this in the budget to go ahead and do this type of review.
Okay. And then, Paul, I have a quick question. Why would we be removing snow on the sidewalks on Kimball? Aren't those all, not private sidewalks, but doesn't the landowner, the adjacent landowner have to?
Paul Heading, Leisure Services Director. There actually is some property there that is the responsibility of the city. I don't know if Noel and Eric can help me on this, but I know that there are some areas there that are city responsibility. Eric, do you have more detail? I'm sorry, I don't, but I know. Okay.
Well, the reason I asked the question, because I know it's been brought up before, the Catholic Cemetery out on 4th Street, there's a real wide area of city-owned right-of-way, but the sidewalks out by the street, and we make them do that.
I think this involves a crossing, an actual street crossing. I believe it's a signalized crossing that has to be cleared, and some walk that approaches that on city property.
Okay.
But Eric's nodding his head, so I think I'm getting it mostly right. So I think there's a signal involved, which makes it a little peculiar.
Understand.
So Paul, I have a follow-up question then on that. So is that cost bidded out to a contractor or is
Yes.
that?
Yeah, and on the sheet, we did get bids from others. This is significantly lower than the others. It includes the salt and is like half the cost of the nearest competitor.
Okay.
Yeah, Paul, I had the same question that Tom did. How far does this go? Does it go from Ridgeway to San Martin, or how much are we doing there?
Again, I don't have all the specifics. JB would, but he's not here this evening. I can get you more on that.
Is this the first year we've done
This is the first year it's been out of contract, I believe.
'Cause
And
I-
we may have done it in-house once or twice.
Because that's the first time I've ever seen it, but anyway.
Yes, it's the first time you've seen a request for contracted services on it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That motion passes. We have 3 budget line item amendments, which are on file at the clerk's office, and the bills payment this week. $827,778.42. That's 827,778.42.
Second.
Motion and a second on the bills payment. Questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The bills are paid. I would entertain a
Mr.
motion.
Chairman, move to motion for adjournment.
Second.
Motion, second on adjournment. All in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.
One for our city council meeting. It's February 13th. I would ask Madam Clerk to please read the roll.
Mr. Jacobs?
Here.
Mr. Morrissey?
Here.
Mr. Powers?
Here.
Mr. Lind?
Here.
Mr. Amos?
Here.
Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Welper?
Here.
All right, we have almost a full slate. Mr. Councilman Schmidt indicated this weekend that he would not be at this meeting. He's away on some other business. But right now is our moment of silence. You have the option to stand or to sit. So if you would join me in a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. This week's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by myself. So please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Welper.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as proposed and also the minutes of February 6, 2017, regular session as proposed.
Second.
The motion has been made with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we have an agenda and we have minutes. Now it's time for our oral presentations, which we hold at the beginning of our meetings, and we do have a speaker that is already called in, not by the name of Mr. Harrod, but it is Mr. Obadal. If you are in the audience, would you please join us for your comments? And I want all to remember, oral comments are for non-agenda related items. So we will, so it is your time. State your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Todd Obadal. I live at 124 Amity Drive. I'm here to ask the council and the mayor to reconsider the position of not refunding the taxpayers for the recycling services that were not delivered by the Department of Public Works. The surcharge is a voluntary program. Citizens agree to the charge for the purpose of yard waste collection and the collection of recyclables to be recycled. The Public Works Department on its page presents this program as a way to reduce landfill costs. This is one of the reasons the citizens chose to pay an additional $36 a year. For the months of December and January, there are no yard waste pickups, so this charge is exclusively for recycling their products. This isn't a charitable donation. This is a business agreement between the citizens of Waterloo and the city of Waterloo. The citizens that didn't have this service provided were not merely inconvenienced. They choose to be inconvenienced every month when they separate their recyclables. They choose to be charged every month for the purpose of recycling and for saving landfill space, ironically. But the service to have those recyclables taken to the recycling center was not fulfilled. And therefore, that's a violation of the contract, it's a violation of the agreement, and these monies should be refunded to the people that paid it. This is not the case of a transformer exploding and the need to get the proper part in, and perhaps as in Omaha and has to be trucked in, and citizens of a neighborhood are inconvenienced because they don't have electricity. That's unforeseen. My understanding of this is back in December there was word given that the recycling center would not be operational. The Department of Public Works chose to send out trucks on the recycling days and pick up the recyclables from the recycle bins and take them directly to the landfill. So the citizens didn't know what was going on. And we talk about transparency in government. We aren't transparent simply because we say we're transparent. We have to act it. I do not believe that these individual public works employees just decided to take the items to the landfill instead of the recycling center. They're obviously instructed. Question is, who instructed them? When did they know what was wrong? And what did they know? And then the question is, why weren't the citizens informed? So they wouldn't be inconvenienced and charged. The Department of Public Works forced the crew to go out to make it appear that a service was being provided to the citizens that was not being provided for the mere purpose of retaining revenue. It was at the budget meeting the other day, and the mayor I thought put very well the difference between efficiencies and cost cutting. I'm at a loss to see how the process of running this kabuki theater of phony recyclable pickups was either efficient or cost cutting. The city specifically, has the Department of Public Works to be a part of the public service to the community. They are public servants, but this idea of not providing the service, still charging for it, is turning the idea of who's serving who on its head. The mission statement of the Public Works Department includes the line says, "Our goal is to be proactive in our approach to expected citizen services, while demonstrating decisive reaction to the needs of the city and its citizens." I don't see a whole lot of proaction being taken place here. And the delivery of the services that were expected by the citizens was not provided. There was a charade that went on for 2 months. We still don't know if we're going to have the recycling center open this month. Yet earlier today I saw the Director of Public Works ask for a $19,000 increase in the budget for recycling. We haven't had a quarter of a year of recycling. Why are we asking for more money? This money belongs in the hands of the citizens of Waterloo. They were promised a service, it wasn't delivered, they should be refunded their money. I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Obadal. We put out a press release, we put out a statement, which direction we're going to take with this. It will be opened up this month when it's picked up, so that's all I'm going to say about this now. We've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. Mr. Harrod.
My name is Randy Harrod, 111 Highland Boulevard. I come tonight to make kind of an announcement, not one I want to make. One of the oldest and most worthy and most respected veterans in our city died yesterday morning. He was wintering, as he usually does in Arizona, and his pacemaker and other things gave out. And that's Junior Grimm, for those who know him.
Oh, wow.
He was also chief of police here, lifetime resident, involved in all kinds of veteran activities in this area. And represents, at least in my mind, that connection we have to the greatest generation and how it's going away. And just one quick story and then I'll sit down, because there'll be more later on. When he was a young man still in high school, the war had started, the real one, World War II. And he did eventually join the Navy and fought in the Pacific. But during his last year in high school, he also had a job, and he had a bicycle. And he'd ride that bicycle down to a company here, a no longer in business telegraph company, and they would give him telegrams, and they would go deliver. He would go deliver them. And they called him in one day, and they told him, "Here's a telegram, deliver it to the Sullivan family." He's the man who delivered the telegram to the Sullivan family on the death of their 5 sons. That was one of the connections we had with that generation and with 5 Sullivans. He had a very unique life here. But my main point here was to make sure that people knew that he had died yesterday. The notice on services and like that will be coming out shortly. But I really will hope that the city has a presence at this particular ritual. He served this city well, and he deserves that much at least. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Very sad news. Thanks, Randy. Is there anyone else that would like to address the city council?
Steve Murphy, 124 Terrace Drive. I can understand why we want to put the recycling situation in the rearview mirror as quickly as possible, but I don't think we really know enough about it. If the city was able to make more money by hauling this stuff directly to the dump than recycling, then I think there's a case of unjust reward and certainly some profits that we need to talk about. I initially started the letter to you, Mayor, or email, I'm sorry, and haven't received a reply, but I'm willing to amend my request. My request was to have the money refunded. And I'm willing to amend that request is if we were unjustly rewarded, I'd be very comfortable with the city making a donation to Green Scene. I think those are great people that understand the environment and the impact we have, and I'm just as easy, instead of me getting my $4 or $5 back, if you sum it all up and make a nice donation to Green Scene. Because I think I'm going to need to know how much it costs us to not recycle versus recycle for those 2 months. And I don't know. We've either, perhaps it's a wash by the time we save money at the recycling company, but we spend extra money on trucks and gas and people to drive the trucks. We could be a wash. I don't know. But certainly if the city's profited, and I think someone needs to get back to us and explain the ins and the outs of this whole budgetary item, I don't think we know if it's a dead deal or not. So I'm asking formally for us to see what this cost us, where the money went, and did we make any money unjustly off of this? Because honestly, the response I heard on the radio kind of made me sit back and go, well, why don't you just haul it to the landfill every month? If it's your right, just how do we know that you're not making a line item increase here and just going to haul it to the dump every month? So I've always kind of wondered about loads that we hear go to the landfill because someone's misunderstood the week between lawn and recycling. And I've always kind of wondered if our recycling program is efficient. So I'm asking formally, I'm not asking for any action, but just tell us, are we making money or losing money on these 2 months at least, that we didn't take them where we kind of committed to the citizens to do that? Is that something that we could perhaps get done?
We don't, we'll see, we'll talk about it. But you did send me an email.
I did.
And in that email, that same email went to the press before I had an opportunity to answer it. So I answered your email on the radio show that you emailed to them to there as well. So that was where your response came from.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Jim Chapman, 224 Birch. Those printouts I'm handing out is, I guess I've had my secretary real busy. It's about business that left Waterloo and went out of Waterloo, but the point we're trying to get at it is there's quite a list of them. If you take a look at 3 of them, there's one at 40 jobs, another one of 45 jobs, and another one of 125 jobs. And what we're getting at is anybody keeping track of how many jobs we are losing in Waterloo and how many jobs we are gaining back? Because there's quite a few places on there. I bet you it's well over 1,000 by the time we get done. A lot of these places have moved west. A lot of them have closed, like Lone Star and places like that. But we're just kind of curious. Are we gaining jobs or are we losing jobs? Is anybody keeping track?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we have that information tonight, but I noticed you put on here all that we lost. You haven't put on here what we gained.
Yeah, they're on there.
Bottom
they're
left.
on there.
Bottom
Much
left.
smaller print.
Yep, this is in small print. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I'm missing like ConAgra and some other businesses, but we'll, I don't know if we have something out there. I'll talk to Noel and see
Okay.
what we have.
I mean, we aren't done that. We're going to keep updating this list, Mayor, and I'll probably be handing them out time to time, so,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Wayne Nathan, 548 Cloverdale. Recently, we had some good news in the paper where our airport, it had additional people flying in and out of it. I don't have the exact numbers, but my question would be, at this point, are we in the red or are we in the black operating out of the airport?
Red or the black? Did you put that in the press release as well?
I did not.
Do you have that information offhand you want to, if you got it?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Keith Casper, Airport Director. And for fiscal year 17, we are a self-sustaining facility. Not unlike many airports in this country in our hub size, we are not today a burden to the city's general fund. So,
Go ahead. I've got another question to the...
Mr. Nathan, ask your questions and then he'll respond, because we don't want going back and forth. So if you got 2 or 3 questions to ask, let us have those and then we'll send them to him so he can get those.
He passed it back to me.
But I'm telling you. So, what's your other question, sir?
To the additional people traveling in and out of Waterloo, how many was that from the honor flight? Quite a few, or was the honor flight involved in that?
the honor flights are not included in the total that we received via the end of the month report provided by American Airlines. That's provided with the type of carrier that they flew on, Miami Air. That is, though, included in the FAA's total of in-plane passengers that flies through our facility in either the reporting period of a fiscal year or a calendar year.
How many the flights? How many people with the those that is with the honor flight? How many people have flown on the honor flight out of Waterloo?
Mr. Nathan, and the reason I was asking you to address me so that we can kind of decipher from exactly what you're asking. Do you want to know if the totals that we presented in the newspaper, the honor flights had a big impact on that? Or do you want to know if the numbers that were flown on American and the traffic that we're seeing and the amount of seats that are being filled up on there, is that what you want to know? Is there, or do you think the honor flights is what is carrying the airport?
I want to know if the honor flight contributed to the number of enplanements that went up from previous years.
Okay, so if you can highlight the airport and the number of seats filled and all those things, and then let him know about the honor flights, because I think he may think the honor flights is what increased the numbers or the passenger participation or seat fillments that we have on the airport. And then that is the last part of the question we'll take from this.
And that's fine. We had 25,322 passengers fly out on American Airlines. We averaged 3 honor flights per year. The nearly 500 passengers and sponsors on those 3 honor flights were not included in that 25,322 total.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council?
David Dreyer, 3145 West 4th Street. Mr. Mayor and Council, this is the first year I've attended any of the budget hearings or whatever, and I'm a little bit disappointed in hearing most of the time they presented was consumed by mission and goals and what they've done for the community. This is all good because we need to know that too. However, many people need to hear, is my budget an increase in money or have we cut our budget? I keep getting told, come see me or get on the city website. A lot of the people in this town are elderly and they don't have internet access or they're computer illiterate such as me. We would like to know, I would like to know, or I think the citizens out there, especially if it's published or on the camera during these meetings, or vocally at least, those budget figures. Not just waiting until the last budget hearing or the last meeting and then we find out, oh, shoot, my taxes are going up. Because we have no chance then to talk to our council representative to say, hey, this is unacceptable. You need to do something to help us on our taxes. I have not, to this day, still had any conversation outside of, or any contact outside of the council chambers with my representative, and I think that needs to change. One thing I keep hearing is mandatory increases in salaries. My Social Security went up this year, but then they raised the Part A and it wiped it out. So my income this year is not going to increase or change. But yet I am required to pay through my taxes any increase. Somebody that has a mandatory salary increase gets. I would ask you to, when the budget hearings or when the conversations about the next union contract or any contract comes up, that you ask those people whether they would like to be on a fixed income and have to pay higher taxes every year. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
By the way, sir, a fee is a tax.
Thank you. A little feisty today in the council chambers, but thank you for all your questions.
Ooh, got a little electric there. John Sherman, 1715 Robin Road. There's been some discussion, actually there's been quite a bit of discussion about these cameras. And my question is, basically, these are safety cameras. These are not, at the present moment, red light cameras or speed cameras or anything. These are safety for our citizens and various things. We've got at least one big company called Mediacom, and I'm not sure about the rest of them that have fiber optics laid quite a bit of the city. Is there any this is just a suggestion or whatever. Can we tie those two together? Can we get involved with them and maybe get one larger supply of, I guess we'll call it fiber optics running, so we can run multi things and maybe tie in with them because they've already spent a lot of money and work with them, or just an idea. I know the cameras are pretty expensive, but if we could cut the idea of running several sets of cables down, maybe we could make it affordable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sherman. I know, hopefully, Chief, in the next month, maybe after we get past this budget portion, when we have a committee meeting, maybe if we can take a look at Mr. Sherman's question too, and I know we're doing some type of study as well. Good point, thank you. Yes, sir.
Bill Kemeyer, 526 Home Park Boulevard, Waterloo, Iowa. You know, I have the same complaint or suggestion, or however you guys want to take it. I've served on a public board myself for many, many years, and we were required to meet out in public, and that's the reason that you're here tonight, is because by law you're required to meet out in public. But one of the reasons, and one of the basic reasons that you're meeting out in public, is disseminate information. That's the reason you're here. Now, I understand your rules, that you can take questions, not take questions, blah, 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 all that good stuff. But the fact of the matter is what you're supposed to be doing here is giving us information. And it troubles me also because I'm not a computer guru. And I watched you last week. You said, go to the website, click on this, go down to this, click on this, go over and click on this, and you can find out the information. Well, you know what? It might be easy for you to go click here and click there and click back and forth and all this stuff, but it's not easy for me, and I'm speaking, I know, for a lot of my friends that are senior citizens also. You know, when questions are asked here, it really would be nice if you told us the answers instead of telling us we got to go look for the answers. It's your job to provide those answers to us. And I don't think that means I have to go to the computer and take a computer course to learn how to operate the computer so I can find out what you're really telling me. So I just suggest to you, when questions come up like this, all we want to know is the answers. And I don't want to have to go look for them. That's the reason I watch TV and I watch your meetings on TV. That's the reason I come down here, is I want to learn. just because I come up here and speak at the mic about a particular subject doesn't make me right. I understand that. I only know what I know. I don't know what I don't know. What I come down here is to find out what I don't know. I might agree with 99% of the stuff you're doing if I knew the answers as to why. And I think it's your obligation in this meeting, in public, to tell us why you're doing what you're doing. And I don't think it's my obligation to have to go to the computer and spend an hour on the computer to find out an answer that you can give me in 5 minutes. So I just suggest to you that just think about it. You're meeting here in public for a reason. The reason is to disseminate information to us, the public. That's your obligation to do that. So I just wish you'd think about that and consider that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council?
Motion to receive.
Well, we have, so that ends it for that portion. Mr. Amos would like to have some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A lot of you know and have read in the paper and probably seen on the news also that had an incident over at Quick Trip. I'm not going to get into a lot of the details. I've hashed it out quite a bit in my mind, but one of the things that I wanted to do is direct something to Police Chief Trelka, and that is his officers. You know, they were, I guess the best word is excellent in their performance. They showed up right on time. They were very professional. They had their weapons drawn, but they were very cognizant of their surroundings and everything. And I just want to commend our Waterloo Police Department for the job that they did because it was very professional.
And we're glad that you are safe as well. All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Motion to receive and file oral comments.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Oral comments have been received.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. That's items 1 through 2H. And within that are the bills payment. The bills payment this week is $827,778.42. That's 827,778.42.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. What I do want to remind staff are, with regards to our travel requests, a couple council members have approached me also asking that there's some type of review of what happened at that particular training or at that conference that you can submit, that you can have them submit to you. So they want to find out a little bit about what's taking place, so I wanted to put that on the front of your mind instead. But we have a motion to receive and file, place on file our consent agenda. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
All right, those items carried. Number,
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Lind.
Number 2, this is I move to receive and file proof of publication of notice of public hearing, which is a request by Chuck Heaney to rezone approximately 0.456 acres from R4 Multiple Resident District to R4 CZ Conditional Multiple Resident District for the purposes of allowing a grocery retail store at 915, 919 West 4th Street.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the hearing is now open. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this particular item on the agenda today? Going a second time?
Mr. Mayor, do we have any on file?
Are there any comments on file?
We do not have any
Not
comments
for
on
this
file.
one.
Mr. Mayor, I move to close the hearing
Second.
and the recommendation approval of the Planning, Programming, and Zoning Commission.
Second.
The motion has been made with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor, I move to receive, file, and consider and pass for the first time an ordinance amending ordinance number 5079 as amended, City of Waterloo zoning ordinance by amending the official zoning map referred to in section 10-4-4, approving a rezone of certain property.
Second.
A motion has been made with the second. This is in regards to a grocery store. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
No question, just a comment. I know that this had come before planning and zoning. I know that Mr. Heaney was there representing the interests of the business that wants to go in there. And although this is not in Ward 3, it's right in the Church Road neighborhood. And I know there that the president of the neighborhood association got up and questioned whether this was a good use of that. I have talked to her and expressed to her that I was in favor of this, being a resident of Church Row, specifically for the fact that it takes a building that is empty and turns it into a hopeful thriving business in that Church Row neighborhood. So I support this.
All right, all right. If you couldn't hear, Mr. Morrissey indicated that he supports this project. It's a great reuse of an available building. So he stated that he is in support of this grocery store going at this location.
Mr. Mayor, is my mic not working?
You know, Chris has gone back to take a look because the gentleman in the back seemed to not be able to hear. So I'm kind of shouting a little bit so they can hear. So I just wanted to reemphasize your points. So, all right. Can you hear him now? Can you say hello or say
hello? Hello.
Yeah, it doesn't still.
Can you slide your mic? Can you
slide your mic closer?
Slide your mic closer to you.
Hello.
But you can't slide the mic closer and then talk lower.
You don't really want me to go there.
He's trying to sing it.
No, I know.
He's trying to sing it down.
I don't know what. How about yours, Robert?
Not working? Okay.
Try yours now, Mr. Morrissey.
Hello.
Tap it. Tap it.
Hello.
That's a little bit better. All right. So we were at a motion with the second for the consider and pass for the first time. Any more discussion? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
All right, that item carries.
Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
A motion has been made with the second. No, with this particular item, the longer it sits, is there any urgency to getting this passed tonight? Is this Mr. Heaney?
I've been working on it for 2 months, and
Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Chuck Heaney, and we've been working on it for a couple months, and the tenant is from Des Moines, and they would be anxious to get in there. He calls me regular, and I don't want to lose him due to the, keep extending the time or whatever, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. And no, have we had any neighbors or anyone complain about this item?
Noel Anderson, Community Planning Development Director. Mary Potter was there as president of the Church Row neighborhood at the Planning and Zoning Commission, as Councilman Morrissey noted. They did have opposition to it. I believe she was going to try to meet with Mr. Heaney to talk about the project more, and I don't see her in attendance tonight, so perhaps she's now in favor. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So can we ask if that meeting took place?
Did you have a chance to meet with?
Yes, I had a discussion with her, and when I talked to her, she wasn't even sure what property that we were working on. She was just concerned it was in the Church Row, the 4th Street Run or whatever, so.
So kind of vetting, seeing what's going on, and exactly what you're trying to do, or?
Well, she just wanted them to go over on 5th Street in where the grocery store and the bar, the old 929, and that area in there, rather than being on the Church Road. She didn't think it was appropriate for the revitalization that she is up to, which I tried to explain to her. If you get a customer in here, and they have a rental store like this, and if they're still in business when that's all done, you have a good tenant in the area, and that's what you're looking for, something that brings people in, and whether she agreed or not, I can't say she did or didn't, but that was the main grasp of our conversation and so forth.
Okay, all right, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
All right, that item carries.
Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
That was.
I'm sorry. I move to consider and pass for the second and third times and adopt an ordinance.
Second.
A motion has been made with the second. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
All right, that item carries. Number 3,
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Welper.
Number 3 is a motion to receive and file proof of publication and notice of a public hearing for the purchase of one front-wheel drive, all-wheel drive cargo van to support animal control operations.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the hearing is now open. Is there anyone that would like to speak for or against this particular item on the agenda? Yes, ma'am. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, Marcia Butchin, 1510 Lion. I guess I just have a question because I thought the animal control operation went back to the Humane Society, so if somebody could just explain that part, that's my question.
Yeah, a portion of the animal control went back to the Cedar Bend Humane Society, and we're in the, I think, in the first year of that agreement, so only the portion, the animal enforcement, that part stayed with the city of Waterloo.
Okay.
So part of, I think a couple years ago, it probably was confusing to a lot of us about us taking over every aspect of animal control. But now, last year, we worked out an agreement, and then they have a portion of, Cedar Bend has a portion, and the city of Waterloo has a portion at this moment.
Okay, so we do have a phone number that we can call Waterloo
Either
for
or.
that?
You want to state that phone number for Sam?
Sandy Greco, Superintendent of Traffic. To call our office, it's 291-4440. And after hours, you'll have to push in a number 4 to leave a message, and then they'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this particular item?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing and receive and file oral comments.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That item carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to adopt a resolution confirming approval of specifications, bid document, form of contract, etc.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. Council, questions? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes?
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
That item carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to adopt a resolution authorizing to proceed.
Second.
Motion's been made with the second. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
All right, that item carries.
Mr. Mayor, I move to receive and file, instruct city clerk to read bids and refer to Public Works Director for review.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Right. Please read the bids.
The estimate was not to exceed $15,000. The first bidder was McGrath Auto of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The bid amount was $24,898. The second bid came from Dan Deary Dodge of Waterloo, Iowa. The bid amount was $28,921.
Correct. Is that part of the grant?
It was.
Sandy Greco, yes. Whatever the total came in as, the grant will pay for half.
Yeah, that's just kind of, we needed to have that so that we know.
Up to
that.
15,000.
Right. So,
Mr. Mayor?
yes, sir.
Quick question, why, we're $10,000 off the estimate? Did they bid the wrong vans, or?
That was for half.
That was the city's.
Yeah.
estimate. That was our part.
Okay, so
Actually, we came in-
you think $25,000 for a van is fair market value for what you want?
Yes.
Okay,
We're going
thanks.
to equip it in-house, so.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Number 4.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, you don't want to do the composting stuff, huh?
Sure.
Mr. Morrissey.
I'd like to make a motion to receive and file proof of publication of notice of public hearing on fiscal year 2017 tree clearing city composting site contract number 927.
Second.
All right, Mr. Amos with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the hearing is now open. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this particular item on the agenda? Please step right up, sir.
David Dryer, 3145 West 4th Street. I guess I'd like a little explanation about the compost site.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of vague as to what we're talking about, tree disposal or composting or...
Okay, all right, we will do that. Who is the composting site?
Mark Rice, Public Works Director. This is, we went out to bid for clearing 3 additional acres at the site on Independence Avenue for the express purpose of eventually hard surfacing that, so we have additional room for the citizen drop-off site. We're doing composting as well as tree, limb, and leaf disposal.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the council? Going a second time?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing and receive and file oral comments.
Second.
A motion has been made with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a resolution confirming approval of plans, specifications, form of contract, etc.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. Council, questions? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
All right, that item carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution authorizing to proceed.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. Council? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
All right, that item carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to receive and file and instruct city clerk to read bids and refer to city engineer for review.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Madam Clerk, please read the bids.
The estimate for this project was $32,125. Our first bidder was Beath Construction of Cedar Falls, Iowa. They provided 5% security. Their bid amount was $36,862.50. Second bid came from Professional Lawn Care of Waterloo, Iowa. They provided 5% security. Their bid amount was $20,199.50. Third bid came from Peterson Contractors Incorporated of Rhinebeck, Iowa. They provided 5% security. Their bid amount was $22,700. Fourth bid came from Twin City Tree Service LLC of Waterloo, Iowa. They provided 5% security. Their bid amount was $23,900. Next came from Wapsie Pines of Cedar Falls, Iowa. They provided 5% security. Their bid amount was $17,150. And the final bid came from Minturn Incorporated of Brooklyn, Iowa. They provided 5% security, and their bid amount was $36,937.50.
All right, thank you. Could someone take 5, 6, and 7?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Amos.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution approving preliminary plat of Southland Park, 5th Avenue, a replat of lots C1, C2, and C3 in the Southland Park 3rd Edition to allow for the development of 6 new residential lots. Number 6 is a resolution approving a request by JD Engineering on behalf of the City of Waterloo for the preliminary plat of Wagner Road subdivision, a 6-lot industrial subdivision located to the north of 3488 Wagner Road. Number 7 is a resolution approving submission of application for the 2017 Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau Impaired Driving Countermeasures Grant.
Can you add number 8 to that?
Yes. And number 8 is a resolution approving City of Waterloo Open Records Request Policy.
Second.
All right, that motion has been made with the second. I do have an email from Councilman Schmidt about trying to find out what the Waterloo Open Records request policy is, and for some of you, you probably want to know the same as well. So I've asked Kelly to give us just a brief overview of what this actually means.
Sure. Several cities in Iowa have adopted an open records request policy. It's recommended by the Iowa League of Cities to have one on file for your city as well. And essentially what the policy is it's kind of a statement to the public and also to city staff and the council as well as to how the city would handle an open records request. The policy doesn't add anything in additional to what Chapter 22 of Iowa Code says about how cities are supposed to respond to records requests. It should simply streamline the process of informing the public of different ways that they can make requests. I've developed a form as well to kind of help citizens when they're making their requests, to make their requests specific. It also outlines fees that are associated with making a records request. Since we have a lot of our documents online, citizens are free to go and search records online as well. So that does make it easier to get documents out to the public, but should we have, should a citizen want to see records that, say, go back to the 60s or make an email records request, there is some considerable staff labor that goes into pulling out those records. So in a nutshell, what the policy does is just kind of outline different types of records and how they'll be handled and how they've been handled in the past, but it kind of gets that out there to the public.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Dillo.
Forrest Dillo, 1725 Huntington Road. I heard about a cost for a records request. Is the council charged to get a records request? I understand how you might want to charge me, but why would you charge the council, or are you charging the council?
The council is not currently charged for making a records request. We feel it's their duty to have access to information, so we don't charge them for records requests that they make.
Thank you, and thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
That last statement, Kelly, is that in the policy?
It's not currently in the policy, but it's
I
just something
would
we've kind of been operating off of.
I would think that'd be very important to put it as a written policy.
Adding the council doesn't have to pay for records?
Correct.
For a copy of the record.
Yes.
Yep, we can add that in.
All right, so.
If I make a motion then to add that in?
Add that they get a copy.
Yep.
I'll second it.
Second.
All right, so we do a second for the addition? I mean, we do a roll call for the addition or a voice vote?
Let's do a roll call for the addition.
A roll call for the addition, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
All right. And now we have 5, 6, 7, and 8. Is there anyone that would like to speak to anything else on 5, 6, 7, and 8? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Those items carry. All right, could someone take 9 by itself?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Welper.
Number 9 is a resolution approving staff recommendation of option 2 for the fiscal year 2017 4th Street Bridge Walkway and Canopy Improvements Contract number 910.
Second.
That motion has been made with the second, so it is on the floor right now. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this particular item?
Jim Chapman, 224 Birch. I remember the last time they were working on that canopy, I was parked behind the Waterloo building by the parking ramp of my truck. And when I came out, I don't know what day it was, they were working on it for quite a while. I run my hand over the truck, and there was all kinds of stuff all over my truck. They cleaned it. I went over there and got them, and they would come over, but I can imagine all the cars that were sitting over to the Y. I don't know how many people checked their cars over there, but I'll bet you that stuff was all over. And the other thing I got to say about the canopy, it's a nice looking thing, but it's going to be a high maintenance item. And we got a bridge to the west of that we're real concerned about closing down or doing something with, is Park Avenue Bridge. And the fire department, the police department, everybody uses that bridge, you know, and I think we ought to put our priorities where they belong, you know. I think we ought to fix that bridge, you know, if we got grant money or whatever. You know, that bridge is important too. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Forest Dillawoo, 1725 Huntington Road. As I understand, option 2 was minimal repair and continuing to have the canopy. Is that correct?
Yeah, and after you finish, what I'll do, I'll have someone from AECOM or staff come up and talk about what it is. Sorry about that. I meant to do that first.
No, that's great. I still got enough time. I'm okay. I would suggest that we fund the repairs of this with the same money that built it. It was built with TIF. I would encourage you to use TIF to repair it. If not, you are burdening the taxpayers with a TIF project now turned back to the citizens. You know, I don't think that's the right way to do it. I think the right way is to use TIF funds to repair it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and can we, before we even go, can we get an overview of what we're actually trying to do with this from, I don't know if it's Eric or Doug, someone give us an overview.
Eric Thorson, city engineer. Doug can help me out if I miss something here, but basically option 2 is the reduced scope to patch the concrete barrier. And so we would remove and reinstall the windows. We would establish a bid price for replacement of the windows for consideration. That'd be an alternative if the prices come in such that could be afforded. They would blast clean and paint the canopy. They would concrete patch the barrier surface and then seal it so it would all look uniform. Miscellaneous spot patching of structural steel, that would be done before the painting. Replace the interior canopy lighting with fixtures with LED fixtures. Raise the concrete approach railing with a new concrete to meet height requirements. And then remove and replace expansion joints on each end of the bridge. We would patch some deck spalls, provide traffic control, and then there'd be a bronze plaque that's required to be put in because of the gaming funds to recognize their funding, and we'd recognize the other funding too. So that's what would be included in option 2.
And so how will it look nice? I mean, will it be like after you do all this, what it be somewhat where it was at, or?
Well, it will look almost new, other than that the side windows that were originally there many years ago would still not be there. And if the bids come in well enough and we're within budget, we may replace the upper windows that currently exist. That's why we have that alternate to get the cost of that. So we won't know that, of course, until we get some bids.
All right, and then I may have Doug comment just a second, but within the newspapers, there was also asked Eric and Doug from AECOM to just say, you know, what if there was no structure? What are some options that you can do? How would that look? Because I know some council members were interested in it as well. So it was never to cut the top off and not do something that will be historic, significant, beautiful, creative. So I know it was reported to just take it off, but it was also to try to take a look at doing something very creative as well. So I just want the public to know that, because it wasn't necessarily translated in that way. It was as if we're just going to remove it and not do anything creative or artistic with that bridge as well. So I wanted to get that point across to the public. One challenge that we're having right now that we missed last year, can you talk about the bidding portions, or when we need to bid this?
This is very specialty work, and Doug may be able to speak to it a little better than I can, but they contacted a number of different contractors, but that's not a lot of contractors that do this work. I believe there's only a few in the state and then some other states close by. So it's real specialty work. Obviously contractors are bidding work as we speak because of the upcoming construction season, and it's our belief that if we don't bid this relatively quickly, we we'll always maybe get some bidders, but we may not get the best price. If their work schedules fill up, they may bid and have to hire extra people or do something to get it done, but it'll cost us more than if we can get a bid out, relatively quickly, so.
All right, so, thank you. Question, any more comments?
Davis Hall, Executive Director for Main Street Waterloo, 212 East 4th. Excuse me, got a little bit of a cold, so you gotta bear with me. I'll be pretty brief with my comments here. Obviously, the reason that we're here, there's quite a few folks in attendance is in support of this iconic structure. While I recognize that there are other options potentially on the table, our support the Main Street organization is to maintain the existing structure that has certainly become an icon since its construction in the 1970s. We've put together in less than a week 500 signatures on a petition while of folks who want to not only preserve but restore this iconic structure. Certainly tonight you'll probably hear some other comments from residents about the importance of the bridge as downtown's iconic structure. Certainly from a preservation perspective, we recognize the importance of the structure. And for that reason, we urge council to vote in support of tonight's agenda item. There's also an economic impact that I think should not be passed aside. Walkability is a very important part. It's a very important concept to embrace in relation to downtown development. Waterloo their walkability is not achieved simply by the quickest point from A to B, but it's adding points of intrigue and making that walk and experience engaging. Our city has moved forward with efforts from Jeff Speck to come in and take a look at our city's walkability. We've become a Blue Zones community. We've started the Complete Streets Committee, and it would be unfortunate to turn our backs on this concept of walkability. Waterloo has a 600-foot natural resource that runs through our downtown, while our river presents an excellent opportunity for growth and engagement and development. Without adequate planning and investment, it simply will serve as a dividing line, resulting in a less walkable and therefore less business-friendly district. Waterloo is home to 2,100 residents, 5,500 workers, 41 bars and restaurants, 15 stores. We're home to $70 million in commerce. The downtown spans 3,800 feet from Franklin to Washington, and this bridge is the main connector for pedestrians to get from, let's say, a Jameson's to a soon-to-be single speed. It's our job as a Main Street organization to advocate for businesses, to advocate for residents, to advocate for visitors of our downtown. That is exactly what we're doing tonight, and we want to make sure that council recognizes Main Street's position. Almost done. The council recognizes Main Street's position on this issue, that this iconic structure needs to stay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Please come up and let your thoughts be known.
David Dryer, 3145 West 4th Street. I guess part of my question is that I have never been surveyed as to whether I would like to continue to have my taxes go towards something that is, and I'm not from Waterloo, so I really don't consider it iconic. But nobody's ever asked me. I'm a small fish in a big pond. My concern is what really is going to be the ongoing expenses later when you took it from a bid that was 2.5 million, you cut it down to 1.5. What got dropped out? And I understand what the engineer said, etc. But yet that leaves some things undone that are going to have to come down the pike later, I'm assuming, because you don't half fix a roof. You fix it all correctly, or you don't fix it, you tear it off. And how many change orders are you going to, during the progress of this, if it's approved at the 1.5, approve it, golly, we missed that, or oh, golly, we ran into this, or, and maybe that 2.5 had that in there, that they had some, oh, if we run across this, we'll take care of it, or whatever. So that ongoing cost of maintenance, the oops, we forgots, or, I hesitated to say this, but I'm gonna say it, that it came out in the paper at one time that it was the longest urinal in the state of Iowa. What kind of money are we gonna have to spend to keep that from happening again, or clean it up if it does happen? Because, you know, it's got a reputation of that.
So you said you're not from here, but you'll get up here and call one of our bridges.
I am from here, but I didn't grow up here, sir.
I mean, because, I mean, nobody would really know that if that comment hadn't come out. That hasn't been something that I've heard. Yes, the bridge is iconic. Yes, there's a lot of people that want to see it. It is important to a lot of people. And if you go ahead and you Google right now, top bridges in the state of Iowa, that bridge is looked at as one of the top bridges in the state of Iowa right now, guaranteed. So, I mean, you're right, you didn't have to go there, but you did. That's like 2 times in 3 days, but come on, Dave, come on, man. We gotta do better than that. So I don't even know what to say. Anyway, is there anyone else that would have something to say? I speak my mind, sir. But next time you come up here and you talk about describing something as that word, it won't be heard here. That was uncalled for again.
Holding my freedom of speech down, sir.
Yeah.
Wayne Nathan, 548 Cloverdale. I'm in strong support of keeping this here bridge, the canopy over the bridge. I think one of the problems that we have, though, is through the years, the cost of it, through the years, there's been no preventative maintenance to go along through the years, and now all at once it needs it done, and that's why it's costing us so much. If we would have done some preventative maintenance going through the years, we would not be going through the excessive costs that we are at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nathan.
Jessica Young, 318 West 3rd Street, Apartment 1. First thing I want to do is just say, because I heard this in the audience, First Amendment rights doesn't mean you can say whatever you want, no matter how crude and obnoxious it is. Anyway, somebody just said that about. I think that the bridge is very important, and like you said, not only does it say on Google that it's one of the great bridges in Iowa. If you just Google or go on, Flickr is one website that's like all professional photographers go on there and put their photos up. If you Google or search on there or Instagram, Waterloo, Iowa, you'll get multiples of different perspectives of that bridge from people from Waterloo and the Cedar Valley and people who come to visit. And I think that one thing that's important, I think like the previous man said about the maintenance, that is important, because it doesn't matter whether we repair this one or we make another one like 18th Street or whatever, it needs to be, they all need to be kept up, because then we're gonna have to redo it. But I think that it is unique the way it is now, and things like that make downtowns or cities all together, many different things added together like that make cities places where people want to come and visit and spend their money. We have a business, we live downtown, I see lots of people walking. I don't know how many of these people who disagree with having it there actually walk it regularly, because my husband and I walk our dog across it regularly, and I think it's a great thing to have for the people visiting, for the people using it as their, way to get across the river. And now I'm rambling, so thank you.
Pastor Moyer, Volchef 527 East Park, Waterloo. There's three things that I just want to point out with this canopy. The first one is protection, the second one is tourism, and the third one is listening. And I was thinking about this, and I moved to Waterloo permanently 2 years ago to be with my husband, but commuted down here over and over again for about 5 years, and my family came down to visit, and we're from Madison, Wisconsin, so it's not that Waterloo was bad, but it was a change. So we've had to fall in love with the city, and we have, which is why we own a home here now. Protection, this canopy, it's very historic, but I can't tell you how many times my family, we would cross from one side to the other, and during a rainstorm, wind, whatever, or even if we want to look over, and there may be some spiders here or there, but it was something that became a part of us, and it was that protection. It became home for us, and we knew that even if someone got lost, you'd call them the cell phone and say, hey, this is the bridge you go to, because that's what that bridge stands for. It's that connection, it's that peace. The second one is tourism. Like you said, you can Google it, and even if you don't Google it, I'm sure you can find it in books, that, this has been here for a while, and I live in a neighborhood that we can't neglect anymore. We've got to start empowering our neighborhoods, and we've got to start rebuilding, and we've got to give back, and it will cost money. But there are citizens like myself and my husband that we're willing to help. And I'm sure we can bond with other organizations that we don't want anything but to volunteer our time to upkeep and donate time to, maintain part of these processes. The third one is listening, and I heard this earlier, and I really want to say as a citizen that I feel like I come and complain all the time, and I don't want it to be like that, but I feel like some of you really are listening to the citizens that really love this downtown area. With the petition and everything, the people who were speaking out and the people who we talked to, they're the faces that made us fall in love with Waterloo. They're the ones who never gave up, and whether they're business owners or the residences or citizens of the downtown area, or they just come down. They believe in this area, and they believe in these structures. And so we need to listen to them, because honestly, they are the future, and they're the ones who will continue to fight for it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Nelson. I think everything that people do.
Yeah, I need your address.
514 Columbia Circle, Waterloo, Iowa. I think there have been a lot of good points brought up tonight, but one that I'm really concerned about is our image. Waterloo's image, I believe, right now is at a very, very low for all the years that I've been involved in downtown, and we've had some pretty low years. And I think that this bridge is one of the points that gives us an image. If you look, and I first of all, I want to say that really would like to thank the mayor for hiring that part-time PR person. And I wish it was full-time, because that's exactly what Waterloo needs. This bridge, every time it is shown in the media and on TV, every day, how many times a day? People do not even have to hear the name Waterloo. They know it's Waterloo. You cannot buy that. I mean, we couldn't afford to pay for all that coverage on TV. So we should quit quibbling about the bridge, get it fixed, and make it look the best that it can be. And every bridge, I love the other bridge down there, and when we do the Park Avenue, I hope we do something wonderful down there. So I just think we need to think about our image. We're getting this PR for nothing. Just by fixing a bridge as one gentleman said, that we should have been working on it for 40 years. So, anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr. Mayor, Chad Shipman, 2001 Teton Drive, Waterloo. I want to address the city staff that's here tonight and then also all the citizens of Waterloo. We are preparing land for development. We're preparing streets for future industrial growth, economic growth. We're investing in places like single speed for tourists to further come. We've all supported, most of us have supported Paco's, and they've got something unique. I just ask that when you vote tonight, when this moves forward, that you look at this bridge as the foundation, just like some of those properties that are being developed, is that we already have the foundation. Downtown has a foundation for further growth now. We're almost there. And what's going to happen is people are going to come to places like Single Speed and Paco's, and they're going to want to come take a picture on that bridge. Just like when they go to St. Louis to the breweries, they want to take a picture in front of that arch. And by repairing this bridge, the foundation's there, that's going to attract more tourists, it's going to go more viral. And again, it comes down to PR and marketing. We're not there yet as a city marketing-wise. And just as a city having someone part-time marketing, we're not there yet. We do need full-time, and there needs to be a full-time marketing person at Main Street downtown as well. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brent Burr, 922 Mulberry, Waterloo. I actually wasn't planning on coming up here and making a comment, but I decided I needed to anyway, so I'll take another 3 minutes. I moved here about 7 years ago. I work as a physician at People's Clinic here down the street. I'm an internal medicine doctor. When I came here, the thing that struck me most was the fact that it seemed like a place that didn't believe it deserved nice things. And when you come to a place that doesn't feel it deserves nice things, it doesn't feel it deserves good, what do you invest in? What do you make better? I feel like we're just starting to make that change. I see things that are just starting to improve. And so my question to people who don't think we should invest in this is, what are we investing in? What is the purpose of the city? Do we aspire to anything? Do we want things to be better? Do we believe they can be better? I know a lot of people here probably aren't familiar with People's Clinic, but I see it as a place, as a good example of what the city does and aspiring to make things better. We see about 18,000 people a year as patients. We do about 65, 70,000 visits a year. We see a diverse group of people in the city, and I love that. I see diverse people working here, playing here, loving this place, and investing their time and their effort in it. And I think if we don't respect the city enough to invest and make it better, then we're not going to grow. But we have an opportunity to do that, and we should take that opportunity. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak to this item?
Hi, Marcia Butchin, 1510 Lion. Didn't plan on coming up here again either, but I just signed this petition this afternoon, and the more I think about it, sitting back there, those of you who've been around for a few years in Waterloo remember the Paramount Theater, the Strand Theater, you know, so many iconic things that the city has lost, and I just think this is one more thing, if we take this away or don't maintain it, that it's going to be a detriment to our city. I've seen many photographs, like people have said, of this bridge, and it is iconic. I don't think I've ever seen one like it. And it's unique, and this city is unique, and we need to stay proud of our city. I really think we do have a good attitude here, but I think that could change if this goes away.
Thank you.
Jim Ellis, 126 Haynes Avenue. I just did a quick search. Top 10 bridges in Iowa. Just wanted a fact finding here. Number 5. on the list of top 10 bridges in Iowa. It says here, and I didn't do anything special to find it, this is a gorgeous place for an evening stroll in a scenic area. So, that's what it says.
Steve Murphy, 124 Terrace Drive. It's great that we could have this discussion. I wish we could get people down to have the same length discussion on how we're going to pay for it. The bridge is getting redone. The noses have been counted. I think we ought to at least have the same length of conversation on how we're going to pay for this. Why can't answer the question that we posed about a couple other things, and please tell us why this cannot be TIF funds. It's a perfect example of TIF funds, and the reason we know that, it was built with TIF funds. So why isn't the maintenance part of the TIF funds? Also, for the safety of the citizens that are there walking at night and enjoying this iconic structure, let's throw some cameras in there. Let's make it part of the redo, so the lights, cameras, and people can really feel safe when they're down there, no matter what, walking back and forth between the bars and at night. And let's make sure that the citizens know this area is protected. We need to start. We are raising money and spending it, and I don't hear conversation about cameras. I also, as an aside, I find it ironic that this is an emergency, that we must do this now. We knew that this was an issue last July. We could have been working on it since then and locating contractors and encouraging people to bid. We could have started this conversation in October and been ready to go for the bid. So please honor the citizens, the taxpayers, and take a hard look at using TIF funds to repair a structure that TIF gave us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, anyone else from the audience? And then after that, we'll have some council discussion as well.
Ivan Valcha, 527 East Park Avenue. Sorry, I'll take just one minute. Just one thing that I want to add. I think that as part of the renovation of the bridge, I think the city should strongly consider the replacement of the panels to not be an alternate, but to be added to the base bid, if that is still possible. I just think that if you're going to go through the trouble of, you're going to have to take down the panels anyway, and then put them back in, that is the perfect opportunity to just replace the panels. And we're going to have the bridge, I have no doubt will look great after it's repaired, after it's finished, hopefully. But I just think that the faded panels right now, I mean, I just think that you'll have, part of the bridge will look really nice, but there'll still be part of it that doesn't look quite right. And I just think now is the time, since those panels are going to have to be taken down, now is the time to replace those. So that's all I have.
All right, council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Amos.
Yes, just a few comments here. I've been on the council for a little over a year now, and I can honestly say that I have received more emails and phone calls related to this issue, and all of those comments, there was not a single one of them that was against keeping the canopy. So I just want to let everyone know out there, I'm in full support of moving in the direction that this resolution will take us.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Land.
I move to amend by restricting the funds the city uses to TIF funds for repair and maintenance.
Thus far, no second for that.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a discussion regarding that?
Yeah. Do we have a discussion before we have a second?
We should get a second before we have discussion.
We need a second for discussion.
Second.
All right, a motion's been made with a second. With regards to the utilization of TIF funds, that would be $750,000 with all of the other obligations that we have within that area. No, Eric or Michelle, somebody?
Michelle Wiedner, Chief Financial Officer. I mean, guess we could study that. I think that if we might have to not do another project then with TIF funds. TIF is not an unlimited pot of money, and we have, downtown has significant obligations. As you know, we've been investing a great deal of money to upgrade things, so we would need to investigate that and see if we can make that work.
Instead of it, to pay for the entire structure, without taking a look at the other obligations that we have in that district is probably a stretch. But I think some of the small pieces that were mentioned, I think paneling was mentioned, cameras were mentioned, but maybe if it's not the entire, is there some parts of it that can do and still meet other obligations possibly?
Again, we would have to look at that, and Noel's reminding me, the bonds have been sold, so we'll have to jump through some hoops to change the use of them.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Mayor, to continue the conversation, what my intent is, I unlike Councilman Amos, I've gotten a lot of letters for and against, a lot of people with great arguments against. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars downtown. That's one of the arguments against. We have other priorities, East 4th Street, Old East 4th Street, the airport parking lot, the Park Avenue Bridge. We have to prioritize things, but I would think that would be a compromise between the supporters downtown in that TIF district, that they could kind of pay their own way on this deal, and that would kind of protect the residential property owner that, you know, doesn't come and walk across the bridge all the time. I would think that'd be a great solution to get the bridge repaired, but not make everybody pay for it.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I apologize, my work schedule did not allow me to attend the work session, so I may not know all the facts. However, I did talk to a lot of folks in my ward, and I represent Ward 2. Ward 2, by most part, Ward 2 supports keeping the bridge. So we want the bridge. So
Keeping the canopy, you mean?
Keeping the canopy, yes. Okay. So, you know, restoring the whole canopy and bridge. I think it does. I think it's a good question that Mr. Murphy brings up, is how do we pay for that? And so I'm curious, you know, I understand it's 1.5. The city's part, 750. So I'm curious as to if we could split that between the city's budget, the city side, and the TIF fund. Maybe we could do a compromise where we both chip in and get it done.
That's different than your request, though, right? You're thinking that the downtown folks pay for this?
Well, not downtown folks, the downtown TIF, where we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix up downtown. And I've supported a lot of that stuff. It's only fair that the downtown TIF pay for this project.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Morrissey.
Well, I want to show people this is what we're talking about, okay? Take a look at that picture. That's what we're talking about. Now, tell me that's not beautiful. Is there anybody here in this room that can tell me that's not beautiful? And I get to walk across that every now and then at night. And I sort of resent anybody thinking that we got to have cameras up there. I've walked it several times at night. I've never been attacked. I think the Chief Trauco probably could speak to the fact that downtown Waterloo is a safe place to be at night. I encourage people to come here at night. But this is part of our history. This is the fabric of Waterloo. We've tore down the Bickley Mansion. We've tore down the Paramount Theater, as has been mentioned. We've tore down so many historic structures, and now we want to possibly do something with this that's going to take another piece of our history and throw it in the toilet. I'm against that, totally against that. I want to see this, and the investment in it, I don't believe is anything that should be restricted to TIF funds. Let our financial people figure it out. We've got a $750,000 grant. We got $750,000 reserved for bond money. Let's do this. Let's keep Waterloo's history intact. This is part of it. This is an icon. Don't let it go away.
I will say, I'm not hearing from any of the council members up here that, you know, at least right now, not taking a look at restoring the bridge to the canopy. I'm not hearing that right now. What I am hearing is how can we take a look at the utilization of other funds to help fund this project. Can someone tell me right now, how do we have the 1.5 million structured to pay for what we presume is going to be the estimate for the bridge?
I think I can answer that. Michelle Wiedner, Chief Financial Officer. I believe that we have received a very gracious grant from Black Hawk Gaming for half of that, $750,000. And we have sold bonds in prior bond issues ready to undertake that work. And I do not believe they were sold as urban renewal bonds. That's what we have right now.
All right, so what I'm hearing is the way to pay for this, to use as much as TIF as we can without hindering our other obligations that we have in that area. And whether you're in Ward 2, whether you're in Ward 1, 3, 4, 5, everyone at some point or another utilizes that bridge. So this is something that we all utilize. So we do have a motion on the floor. Did you?
I just wanted to remind that the motion to amend said to restrict to TIF funds.
Right.
Okay, that means that there's no other additional funds other than the grant and TIF funds.
Right.
So that's what we're voting on, to not allow any other monies to enter in.
Mr. Lynn, you were talking about the grant plus TIF funds, right? Or were you just saying solely TIF funds?
I'm saying our, and by the way, the grant is tax money, it's not free money. The money that we're going, the $750,000 that we've obligated to this project, restrict that to TIF. And by the way, Pat had a great visual deal. Here's my visual. We all pay this. We're the highest in the state.
We're not the
We have
highest in the state.
We're the second highest in the state by a couple pennies. We have to stop spending. We have to go on a diet. We just can't buy ourselves into being a Seattle or Madison, Wisconsin. We're Waterloo. That's not bad, but we're just spending way too much money, in my opinion, and the opinion of a lot of people that contacted me. The proverbial Mrs. Smith on Williston Avenue that Councilman Schmidt talks about. She can't afford a $2 million bridge. You know, I know it's a PR thing, and we all of a sudden have these romantic ideas about this bridge. I tell you one thing I learned in the Army.
No, we won't have that. It's the councilman's floor. Mr. Lynn, please proceed.
One thing I learned in the Army, pretty tough lesson. Decisions can't be emotional. They have to be based on fact. That's a fact.
All right, 1760. We were at 1776 last year. Prior to this council and taking the mayor's seat, we're down further. 7 out of the last 9 years, there's been a transition downward. You know, I'm trying to find some conversation in between everyone else and what we're saying before another person in the public or in the community looks at this video and says, well, why would I want to invest here? Because they're showing that particular type of rate and have that conversation. So I'm trying to keep us to the point to stick directly to Mr. Lynn's question, and that was the utilization of TIF funds to help with this project. That is on the floor right now. So I think we need to come to a vote. What I will do is take a look at exactly what you said. If it's voted to only use TIF dollars for the 750, we'll try to do that. But if it's not, I'm still going to take a look to see what we can do. So you have my commitment on that. Right,
And Mr. Mayor, really what I'm saying is, we agree, Pat, it's a beautiful bridge, and we agree that we're gonna restore it. All I'm trying to say is trying to balance things out. You know, a fair number of people are concerned about the tax levy rate. And so is there a way to kind of compromise a little bit? Maybe TIF funds wouldn't pay for half of our share. Maybe they could kick in some, like the mayor has said, is a possibility. Whatever we can do to help the taxpayer lower their cost of living in Waterloo, that's great for us. Is there a way to get all things done at the same time? Is there a way to get the bridge here reconditioned and the canopy looking great again? At the same time, not increasing our levy rate unnecessarily. So is there a way to move some of that TIF money, a portion, over to help us out?
and that's what I'm more or less think I'm hearing. Not that people are opposed to it, but that we take a look at the way this is funded. That $750,000 that the city's portion has already, was that for this fiscal year or last fiscal year? So it's already,
Last 2 years, it's already done.
so it's been transferred over each, okay. So that's where we're at right now, but Mr. Lynn has put forth an amendment. So Madam Clerk, his amendment is sole TIF usage for the city share of the $750,000, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Comment, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I think of all the thousands of people who cross that bridge all the time. It's not just the people downtown who live downtown going back and forth. I look at all the events that we have downtown where people use that bridge. And I don't like the idea of approving something of the unknown. I don't know what we, is it me? Sorry about that, folks. I don't like approving the unknown. I don't know, we may need that TIF money for something more important than this. So I don't want to go along with you on that. Sorry, Tom.
I mean, it's a question that was proposed, respected. So we need to go ahead and take a look at it. We're not taking any comment on his motion, but let's go ahead and have a vote.
You want a roll call?
Yeah, roll call, please.
Mr. Amos?
No.
Mr. Welper?
No.
Mr. Jacobs?
No.
Mr. Morrissey?
No.
Mr. Powers?
No.
Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
And I will say, regardless if we agree with it, he deserves an opportunity to be heard. His motion, I don't believe was, I didn't necessarily agree with it, but I don't vote anymore. But his motion needed to be heard, so state that for the record. Now, what we have before us is we will take a look and see what's out there in that district. May be, may not be, but I will give my word, we will take a look. But we need to get this voted on tonight. So is there, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lynn?
No.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Could someone take 10, 11, and 12, please?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move to approve change order number 1 for a net decrease of $7,953.20 for Hawkeye Lift Station Wet Well Rehabilitation Project, city contract number 911, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute said document. Number 11 is a resolution approving completion of project and recommendation of acceptance of work performed by Abbott Inc., Fort Madison, Iowa, at a total cost of $85,392.80 for the Hawkeye Lift Station Wet Well Rehabilitation Project contractor 911, and receive and file a 2-year maintenance bond. 12 is a resolution recommending final acceptance of the repair, siding, and doors on T Hangar Row B and approve a release of pay estimate number 4, which is the final, in the amount of $5,074.76 to Modern Builders, Inc. of Janesville, Iowa, for the repair, siding, and doors on T Hangar Road B project at the Waterloo Regional Airport.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made with the second. We do see a change order net decrease. Council, do you want any explanation on that? Fine. Any questions on 10, 11, and 12? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt? Oh, sorry. I didn't cross it out on my new sheet. Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Could somebody take 13 and 14?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Amos?
Number 13 is, I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution recommending final acceptance of the terminal building bag makeup door replacement and release of pay estimate for final in the amount of $2,420 to Modern Builders Incorporated of Janesville, Iowa for the terminal building bag makeup door replacement project at the Waterloo Regional Airport. Number 14 is a resolution recommending final acceptance of the wall repairs to Hangar 4 and release of pay estimate for final in the amount of $3,822.15 project retainage to Modern Builders Incorporated of Janesville, Iowa for the wall repairs to Hangar 4 project at the Waterloo Regional Airport.
Second.
All right, that motion has been made with the second. Council, questions on those two items? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt? Oh, gosh. Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
I'm curious, could somebody take 15, please?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Morrissey?
I'd like to make a motion adopting I'd like to make a resolution adopting the 2017 through 2022 strategic plan.
Second.
All right, the motion has been made with the second.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move to table indefinitely until we have a work session to fully discuss the goals and the strategic plan.
All right. We have a motion to table indefinitely till we have a work session. Do we have a second? All right, so you didn't get a second to that, but what I want to do is go through these a little bit for the audience member. You remember, I think it was about a month or two ago, we adopted 4 overarching goals for the city of Waterloo. One was we started planning for this back in September and worked with the University of Northern Iowa Institute for Decision Making, Drew Conrad and Carla Organist. We had some sessions with council, we had sessions with staff, and after the overarching goals, which is goal number 1 is support the creation of new livable wage jobs through a balanced economic development approach of assisting existing business, fostering startups, attracting new employers, and cultivating an adequate workforce. Number 2 is implement community policing strategy that creates a safe environment in Waterloo. Number 3 is reduce the city's property tax levies through a responsible balance of cost reduction in city operations and increases in taxable property valuations to ensure that Waterloo is a competitive, affordable, and livable city. And last but not least, goal number 4 is enhance the image of Waterloo and the city to residents and businesses inside and outside the communities. So we had those goals, and then staff was challenged to try to come up with strategic initiatives. You know, how are you going to make that work? So under goal number 1, strategy 1.1, well, the overall success indicator is 2,500 net new jobs added by 2022. And staff put together about 6 or 7 ways that they believe that they can achieve this goal. Like one is developing benchmarks for incentive use that suggest livable wage thresholds and property tax returns on investment. partner with multiple organizations and work together to implement development programming. Number 3 under that is ensure that development-ready sites exist and realistic, that can attract new business and support existing. Number 4 is a comprehensive business and retention and expansion program. 1.5 is assist entrepreneurs and startups in Waterloo. In partnership with TextWork, UNI, Hawkeye, and other agencies. Number 1.6 is partnering with Buxton to attract new retail business to Waterloo. And 1.7 is seek ways to create, live, learn, work, and play environment with amenities that attract and retain population in Waterloo. There's several different departments and some outside places that have responsibility for that first one as well. Goal number 2 is the community policing strategy. Under that, strengthening the Waterloo Police Department through adequate training, staffing, and community programming. Enlist city departments and staff to promote a safer community. Expand efforts to make the Waterloo's police force reflective of the community it serves. Goal number 3 is talking about the property tax levy and the success indicators. Property tax levy rate less than $16.50 per 1,000 by July 2022. City's taxable property valuations increased by $250 million by 2022. Property valuations residential increased by 20% by 2022. And one point of clarity on that part, that is not that you will be taxed higher. That is talking about new residential property increases. So I wanted to clarify that. Underneath that goal, 3.1 is implement and explore new options for revenue generation for the city. We've heard that often. Hold interdepartmental update meetings to encourage collaborative project management and avoiding conflicts so we're not counterproductive to our efforts on one end versus the other. Develop a program that encourages staff members to contribute ideas and efforts that improve efficiency and quality of community services. That's one that we've often heard about, taking a look outside of what we do. Can we collaborate? Can we partner? Can we do different things within our department? So it speaks to that. 3.4, identify and implement proven cost and resource saving measures. How can we do things more efficiently? Continue to engage with local public partners, identify cost savings, streamline efforts, improve efficiency in city operations and activities. This is a big one. Restructure city departments as feasible to establish a more efficient workflow and lines of communication. There's several of us that are interested in that area. Advocate on multi-level, state, national. 3.8 is foster new investments in the TIF districts and our CURE areas. Increase promotion and utilization of the CLURA. 3.10, support community-based housing initiatives that exist to improve existing housing stock, which we've had some residents talk about wanting to see our properties get better and how do we support them fixing up houses and doing things. Establish a committee of housing, realty, and community stakeholders for housing initiatives that fit the demographic needs of our communities. For instance, do we need more? Do we need less? Where do we need to build? How can we create those opportunities? Number 4 goes to what has been mentioned several times tonight, enhancing the image of Waterloo to city residents and business inside and outside. Success indicators, sustain positive media presence by 2022, and that can be measured by our Google tracking alerts. What's interesting, if you don't know, that every business outside of the city of Waterloo, every person, when they want to do business with the city of Waterloo, they have what they call Google alerts. And every time our name comes up, if they're doing business, whether it's positive or negative, they find out what's taking place in Waterloo. There's businesses and places where we've had to do damage control and talk about the issues that we may have had during that time. So that's one way to measure. But within that goal number 4, establish a city marketing and communications team responsible for promoting the City of Waterloo, its department services and programs. Develop a marketing communications plan for the City of Waterloo targeting residents and business. Institute a city orientation program for all newly appointed board and commission members. Develop initiatives that encourage and incent city employees to live in Waterloo. Maintain and develop community services in city facilities that support quality of place. 4.6, develop and implement staff training that promotes positive customer service, timely and accurate responses to customer inquiries, and a method for assessing customer service experiences. And that also expands to responses to our council members for information as well. 4.7, develop electronic initiative that enhance ease of use and customer service. So when you take a look at these 4 goals, these give us an opportunity for us to come back to all of you at the end of the year to say exactly this is what we did to meet those particular goals that we have. You know, we have individual goals within our department, but I think council needs to have a presence in these goals, the overarching goals, so that the staff can work towards meeting those overarching goals that were developed. It probably is everyone perfect? No. Does this give us a roadmap to move towards for the future and give some accountability to departments? Yes. So that's the process. We've been doing this for a long time now, months. Everyone has had an opportunity to give input. And when we originally supported Institute for Decision Making, the payment for that was supported by everyone. And that's a misconception of what I have heard. So that is it. We have to have goals. So this helps us get to the place where we get a roadmap and we can explain to you how we can move forward. Council.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Welper.
I think we're going to need a bigger boat. Sorry. I thought that fit.
Well, yeah, but nobody rises to low expectations.
That's right.
So we need to be challenged. As mayor, I need to be challenged. Staff needs to be challenged. These are lofty goals, but they give us a starting place to move the needle in the right direction.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Jacobs.
I think these are awesome. It's a step in the right direction. It's something, you know, our city's been missing here, and we got to have, like you said, we got to know where we're going here. And I think we need be nice to have on the success indicators. You know, we're going to add 2,500 jobs in 5 years. I think it'd be nice, you know, to break that down per year. Where are we? What's our goal for this year? What's our goal for 18? And so we can hold ourselves accountable to that. All of us up here need to be held accountable to that. Did we bring in 500 jobs? Yes or no? And I think that's critical. I don't want to wait till 5 years and then say, well, where are we? Did we bring in 2,500 jobs? It'd be nice to know next year at this time, what did we do? Did we do 500? Check. No, what we're all focused on, you take a big job and you break it down into small increments, it's much easier to accomplish. And I think that's really what we need to do with these goals. That way, every department head is focused and agrees upon them, and then all the decisions transcend down from there, from the mayor to the department heads on down. And so I would like to see the success indicator portion be a little more specific, a little more of a roadmap for us than something that's just going to sit on a shelf, and where we can all be held accountable to these goals. Secondly, I think the levy rate still is not very lofty, $16.50 in 5 years. You know, I think there's a lot of people that I talk to that are struggling to make it, and whatever we can do to make life a little more easier to get by with, especially those folks that are paying the property taxes, that's very helpful. That really, you know, setting Waterloo up to compete a little bit better with Cedar Rapids and other areas would be in our best interest, and allow other businesses to want to relocate here. So I think it's a good start, but I'd like to add a couple things.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Are we, do we have a plan if the strategic plan isn't quite working, like Councilman Jacobs said, to our liking? Are we able to modify the goals, modify the, the strategies? Is this going to be a 5 years set in stone, or are we going to constantly make changes to the plan to make it even better? Are we able to do that?
That's a good question, because one of our sister cities, they do a report out to the council every year about where they're at, and at that point, if you want to tweak something, if you want to say we may need to do this, we may need to do that, then that'll be the time when we can do it. Some of this we need, and that's why the nuts and bolts of some of this can change, of course, according to what you all want to do. So the answer is yes. But right now, when we do have report outs, I kind of, what we're working on right now is a internal scorecard, because some of the same questions Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Powers, and a couple of you have asked, like, over the course of this last year, what were the accomplishments? And so we're working right now on a scorecard, and I'm hoping every year that we can kind of take a look at this, because things will change. I mean, already within 1 year, technology will change. Just say, for instance, we get 2 years down the road with our relationship with Buxton, and we say, well, it hasn't generated in that time frame what we need to see. This offers us the flexibility to be able to analyze that and then make decisions on where we want to move to in the future with those particular items. So the answer is yes, but it's just nice to be able to have staff report out, this is what we did for this particular item, so you can see it, council can see it. And another thing about the strategic planning portion of it, there's an election this year, and there's 4 or 5 of us that are up. And so we want the city to continue to move forward, even regardless of where we're at. We want to see the city move forward. We want to see the city continue to try to find quality jobs, like I hear all the time. We want to see the city continue to our efforts with regards to how we're doing policing, changing our image. So all those things will outlive any of us here, and it will give the next council or whoever's here an opportunity to tweak it. So you're absolutely correct, we will.
Mr. Mayor, when I came here tonight, I was not going to support the strategic plan, but I have to tell you, based on what you've just told me, I'm fully on board now. Thank you for those comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I was in no way being critical. It's hats off. I mean, this just puts us years ahead of where we would have been, and gives us a roadmap to guide our city. Waterloo is a powerhouse. I mean, we don't give ourselves enough credit. We are the powerhouse of the Cedar Valley, and we got things going on. And we're, Noel and Adrian, they bring a couple big businesses in. Where all this changes. This is all gets so much easier. The more folks, the more businesses that come in. So, we should be positive and we should be optimistic for our future. In 2022, I think these goals will be very low. I think we'll fully exceed these goals on this piece of paper.
Can I, so the one with the 2,500 jobs, you want a little bit more broken down into like year by year.
Well, my only point is 2,500, okay, that's a bigger number, but if we could break it down to only 500, that's pretty manageable.
Clear. Okay.
And I think if we could do that, that would be a little easier for us to manage.
All right, and the one with regards to the tax levy rate, 1650 would put us probably where we rank at population-wise. It will put us in the middle of the pack for the top 10 cities. The challenge that every city is going to have over the course of the next 2 to 3 years is if the commercial rollback is placed on, and if you're not familiar with it, several years ago, the state did a program which gave back portion of the taxes to our commercial businesses, to our large businesses. For the city of Waterloo, that equates almost close to $1.8 million. If you've heard or been watching right now, the legislature is discussing, whether or not they're going to take some of that money back or if it will be a percentage. If they take that percentage back, that means instantly there's a potential that 1.8 could be added back and placed on the backs of our residential property owners. So we have to monitor that. We've heard that right now we're potentially okay. Next year they could potentially swing. So this is going to impact every city across the state of Iowa in a major way. And some of those places, some of those other larger cities, you're talking about $4 and $5 million that they'll have to place right back on the backs of residential property owners in the city, in all of these cities. So very careful about that. If we could kind of, we'll get a roadmap and all those things to get there and monitor it. But I'm nervous about that 1.8, but
Right.
we'll work on it.
Or Mr. Mayor, if it's something that we could revisit that on an annual basis, because that's something that's totally out of our control. We don't know, and if it happens, Michelle's gonna be scrambling, I understand that, but if we could just revisit it, like on an annual basis, I think that would be perfect. Then we'll just make adjustments like any business would.
Mr. Mayor.
And just real quickly, and throughout this process, not everybody got everything they wanted. Folks have compromised, so we tried to pull us in between where folks were at. So, everybody agreed somewhat with the 4 areas, but pulling us together, that was in the middle of everyone. Was that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
That business tax credit that you're talking about, that's potentially a huge deal, as you stated, of $1.8 million being clawed back. But the intent of that $1.8 million was new business development growth in the state of Iowa. Bringing businesses in here because the legislature thought, the legislature thought that it was going to be an area to increase businesses. Fortunately, we've had a city staff and people around here that had a vision, and we got the South Waterloo Park designated as an Iowa target, that when developers from globally come into Iowa, that the governor's going to direct part of his small business growth clawback on cities to Waterloo. So I think there's a lot of benefit to it. The small businesses got nice tax credits. The state has to hold their obligation up now in terms of shipping businesses out to these communities, and we just have to see. We hope it works.
It's a benefit now.
We hope it works.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Morrison.
One of the things I remember from the sessions that we had, was it IDM? Wasn't that their acronym? The people from UNI, was exactly what you talked about, and that was that this was a working document. Granted, there was going to be something that we all were going to vote on, which you have done and done very well, I believe, Mr. Mayor. But it also was stated to us that it was something that was going to change, and we all knew was going to change over time. And the second thing I just want to say is that, echoing some of the people out in the audience that said that we got to invest, and Waterloo needs to invest in order to grow. And I hope to see that happen in the next few years to move Waterloo forward. So.
All right, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, for item 15.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
All right, item number 16.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Land.
I move to receive, file, and consider and pass for the second time an ordinance amending ordinance number 5079 as amended City of Waterloo zoning ordinance by amending the official zoning map referred to in section 10-4-4, approving a rezone of certain property, which is a request from John Hopley for a site plan amendment to the CP Plan Commercial District to allow for the construction of a 12,000 square foot commercial building with a 66-stall parking lot located northeast of 1844 West Ridgeway Avenue.
Second.
All right, that motion has been made with the second. Questions about this item? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
All right, that item carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
The motion has been made with the second. Did we get any feedback or anything on this one? All right. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
All right, that item carries.
Mr. Mayor, I move to consider third time and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
The motion has been made with the second. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Welper?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Lind?
Yes.
Mr. Amos?
Yes.
All right, tell Mr. Hoffman congratulations. Number 17.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to approve change order number 5, final for the completion of taxiway Alpha East via FAA grant number 44 at Waterloo Regional Airport, and request the mayor and city clerk to execute said document.
Second.
All right, this is a motion with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that item carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to just say a couple things if I could.
It's not oral presentation.
No, I know it's not, Mr. Mayor. I just was wondering if I could have point of privilege
It's up
to.
to council to decide.
Yes.
Well, something that's happened.
Yeah, quickly,
Go ahead.
man. It's almost
Thank you, Tom.
Valentine's.
I
gotta get a
appreciate that.
Valentine's Day gift.
Yeah. Okay. One of the things that's happened that I don't know that people are aware of is going on down at the State House, which we as a city council need to get our input into our elected representatives down there. First of all, and to me, the most important thing that's happening that has an effect directly on us is their bill down there to preempt local governments, county governments from certain things. Not just minimum wage kinds of things, which everybody thought it was about, but it includes a wide range of issues, even including civil rights issues. And I believe that we should let our local and state representatives know about this. The second thing is there is a bill out there that has a definite effect on voting in the state of Iowa, which affects us, and it includes a voter ID thing as well as eliminating same-day registration. I believe our legislators need to hear about that. As a city official, I know that I plan to, and I have already. And I would encourage other people to do that. The last thing is public employees and our public employees and the great work that they do within our city are being targeted in a bill that completely, in my opinion, strips their collective bargaining rights, strips workers of their right to collectively bargain. I think it is unbelievable that that is going to happen in this day and age, and it's referred to as an antiquated system. Well, I can think of a lot of other antiquated systems that need to go, but workers' rights is not one of them, Mr. Mayor. And that's
Motion for adjournment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We adjourn.